I don't see anything. Oh, live streaming isn't available right now. Let me try again.
Because I'm doing it through Restream.
Right, but it still goes to YouTube Studio, right?
Yeah. Well, you have to refresh the page. You back out and come back in.
Ah, there we
Hey
go.
everybody, we're a little early. Rocking out. We're gonna have a couple minutes. But good top of the morning to you, and the rest of the day for myself.
Ahoy.
Ahoy. One of those old sayings. Give people a few more minutes.
Ahoy, Malt.
Oh, it's on already. Howdy, y'all.
Hello. Hi, Steve.
I'm looking forward to some keynote speakers today. Woo!
And we do have the, after the education discussion, we have the address from the Italian Pirate Party to play. So
That's going to be cool.
you're on mute, Joe.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened to the Italian people, so I appreciate that for being on mute. I'm a little scatterbrained at the moment. I do apologize for that. I was hoping to give another minute or two in order to give a few more people to go. But that being said, today should be a fairly good day. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to
My baby has started making animal noises.
Oh, perfect.
He meowed to one of the cats last night. Still no human words, which is, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm not.
That's actually pretty awesome.
That's very cute.
No, I was talking to my mom about it, and she expressed something to the effect of like, oh, once you got your first word, you never stopped talking. It's like, sorry? Is that... Anyhow.
Okay, so I'm having some challenges logging into the Rockland Trust. Okay, so I think that it's going to be us three just starting this off for this morning. So why don't we go ahead and start?
Us four.
Who did I miss? Oh, Steve! Didn't even hear you come in.
I didn't miss you, Steve. Hello, Steve. It's good to hear from you again.
I tiptoed.
You were very stealthy about it. Cheers. Hey Jamie, just to confirm, you can log into the bank?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
But I mean, we can do it from the OCPF records. There. Let me go to OCPF and find that.
I already have it.
Okay.
ID number 80863.
So I'll make you presenter, Joe.
Sure.
And then you can present your screen. You can share your screen.
Da-da-da. Alright, so a little bit about who I am and where I come from. So I've always been in the world of Massachusetts and New Hampshire and pretty much bouncing between the two of them all of my life. So I bring a little bit of that New Hampshire, you can do it sort of self to Massachusetts' more compassionate, understanding, and suave way of doing things. Or at least that's the way I've always taken it. I was meeting senators when I was a little kid because just of who my family is, and so I've always been of two worlds. So I just am in the weird. I've always been a little bit off color for that. That being said, I originally really think that people's freedoms are of the utmost importance, hence why I fell myself into the libertarian camp. However, there were a lot of things that I really didn't agree with that were happening in the libertarian camp, and that is a discussion perhaps for another day. But I ended up being in search for another party, and I ended up picking the pirate party I'll be a pirate, sure, why not, ha 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 ha. And then as I dug really into it, I found everything that the pirates and who they are and what they stand for to really be at the core of who and what I want to see happen and what I want to see done. And so ever since then, I ended up reaching out to Jamie, getting in contact with him, and the rest has been everything I've said and done. As far as going into this, I really, really, personally, I am of the business world, and I have quite a few quite a few relatives that are business or in the business world, whether they're in the financial or they're running small companies or things of that nature. Probably one of the most influential people in my life was my Uncle Stevie. He was a painter, so and I got more than 2 funny stories about him, and so, or my Aunt Judy, who runs a doggy daycare. So just, I know the trials and tribulations of fighting as hard as you can to really make it, and slowly trying to get your way just to have a government come down and shut you down for whatever reason, no matter what your good intention is. I've seen a little bit of it all. And so I've met some wonderful people and I've met some terrible people and everyone in between. And really I've dedicated my life to trying to uplift, support, and help as many people as I can. And if anything, if nothing else, to try and instill a little bit of hope back into our society that there are good people out here doing wonderful things. And so a lot of the times in which we're trying to, when things were the worst, we put together drives to help the food pantries and things of that nature. And so I just want to see this world become a better place and hold accountable for everyone, for justice for all, and for liberty for all. Probably the 2 most fundamental things in the Pledge of Allegiance that have always rang very, very true to me. That being said, on the way I found that I've been the most useful is to come in and really try and make sure our books are straight, make sure things are going good, and make sure that there's going to be no way, no how that anyone can come and stop who we are or what we're doing. And you do that by making sure that everything, all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed. So, with Jamie's help, and with Steve's help, and with Malt's help, I've been working on trying to really make sure that we have our numbers. Now, our spending is very, very minimal, and so thus over time our contributions have slowly gained. And so one of the things that we will be doing looking forward is to start actually funding campaigns and funding high value, or trying to find ways to spend the money in a high value way without really more than what we're getting contributed to. And so again, over time we now have maybe, as far as everything that we've expensed, we've literally not been, even though we haven't been getting a lot of money in, we've been able to just continually save and save and save that money. And we make sure that when we do spend that money, we're spending it for pirate business. Now, as you can see, the total funds at the beginning of this last year was $1,463. We got in another $200, so we're now at $1,663, and obviously some change. With us not being as active, we haven't spent that money, but I see coming up in the future, once we start getting beyond this pandemic, whenever that is, knock on wood, we'll be able to start really getting more proactive. And so as far as my vision for how we're going to do things is, now that we're really spending the time, we're getting our platform solidified, we will be able to really start focusing on individual sectors and starting to take over the smaller committees and smaller congresses. Yes, and running candidates will also, as Malt said, will definitely get more donations as well. And actually being impactful and being truthful. And again, I'm always looking for new ideas and new ways in which we can really apply ourselves, which we can grow in numbers and grow in being impactful for the people. There's a bit of populist movement to what we are doing and why we're doing it, but also really just holding those with the keys to power accountable for the action decisions that they make. There's not too many political parties with the gumption to stand up to those in power, but the pirates have historically always been the one to make sure that there are no safe harbors, and to make sure that we're doing right. But to me, one of the key and fundamental issues to really make sure that we are doing things right and moving forward is actually the education system. I know with a lot of us, there hasn't been as much. Sorry, one moment. The education system hasn't really done right or taught us enough or having enough learning, or at least captured our interest. And there have been some major changes to that system, which hopefully in the coming months and the coming years will help change the course of the way in which our society is growing. Our future really has always been our children. It's where we've gotten more and more support throughout the years, and as time goes on, that's really to the future we have to really look to, just like what happened with us. Are there any questions about that you guys would like to ask about who I am, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it?
So my question is actually one, and I know the answer, but or maybe I'll just say it. So, thank you for presenting the financial results that we have. In addition, we've had about $450 to $500 of in-kind contributions, paying for the website hosting and stuff like that.
Yes.
So just when people look at those numbers, the actual numbers of money that comes in, some of it's in the form of in-kind.
As well as mesh stuff and other projects like that. And as well as hosting.
Yeah, and the Mass Mesh, they're their own organization, their own flow. So we can give to them, but they can't give to us.
Yes.
So.
If we wanted, or if for whatever reason we held off on running candidates for a few more years, is there anything we could do to get donations?
We can always accept donations. It's just very specific on how we can accept. We can only accept up to $500 per person per year. And we have to have that tracked 100% and reported to the OFPS.
But why would people be giving us money if we're not running candidates is my question.
So there's a couple ways in which we can do fundraising. One of the most classic ones is by doing a bake sale. Another one that we could offer people is go and do computer repairs or do some other service that instead of doing a charge, we just ask them for a donation to our cause. So what would happen is that when we do something like that, say we're doing a computer pickup, and then we can ask them for a donation for disposing of all those computers and things of that nature. But as far as the way the OCPF regulates everything, I think one year we had some anonymous donations, and we had to take that money and donate it to another organization, because we were not allowed to keep it. They're very specific on how we can raise our money or have our money for whatever we need to use. Now, as Jamie was saying, we do have in-kind donations. I think Jamie's in-kind donations are probably almost at the max already this year. But we can accept those, and it's $500, whether it's in-kind or it's it's $500 in-kind or $500 total dollar amount. But it cannot, both the in-kind and the dollar amount cannot exceed $500.
Gotcha. Okay. I will I will try and think of ideas to solicit donations.
Another thing that we can do too, Molt, is if we're running a candidate, the candidate can donate up to 1,000, and that is the only exception. When you're the candidate, you can put in more of your own money, but the limit is 1,000 in Massachusetts.
To your point more broadly, Malt, of what can we do? I mean, we do issue advocacy. Some of that is, or either joining with other organizations such as Restore the Fourth, or doing efforts on our own to go to the legislature and as citizens, as residents, lobby our legislators to pass various bills, which has some effect. But, our legislature is a very opaque institution and very top heavy, let's put it that way, in terms of decision making. We have a video we'll put in the description later on about that from Alex Matthews of Restore the Fourth that kind of outlines the problem with our legislature. But there's things, we do advocacy things where we map cameras. We have done crypto parties in the past. We have put out flyers for how you can protect your credit history or how you can protect your privacy online. I mean, some of those things cost money. So putting out the flyers and doing a mass printing will, the printers don't do that for free. So going and saying, okay, we're going to do this over this quarter. We're going to distribute 2,000. We're going to distribute, say, 2,000 flyers, signing people up to distribute, asking people to donate, and then having that, 1 quarter campaign of, okay, we're going to come up with this flyer or update the existing flyer, and then kind of get that out there as a way of telling people how they can protect themselves, but also how about us and that we're here and that we're doing things. So we've done those in the past. We need to do more of those. But there's a lot of issue advocacy besides just running candidates. I mean, even if we wanted to renting places costs money, and we need to be having more regular candidate trainings and more regular trainings for organizers and things around the state. We've done some of those, and we've had different levels of attendance on that. Obviously, with COVID-19, it's kind of hard, but we can do them virtually for virtually nothing besides our time. So there are things we can do. Let's come up with a list and start pushing through them for 2021. Especially, I think we should run candidates, and I'd like, we need to call people up who have offered and train them and encourage them to run for town meeting or select board or city council or whatever.
So, and that being said, all of this information, all of our financial information is 100%, you're able to see this if you just go to the OCPF website, you look up our number, which is, or our 80863, which is our name is technically the Massachusetts Pirate Political Action Committee. And so we're a committee that is dedicated to all pirate business.
Yeah, they can just search on pirate. Literally, there's no other
pirate.
There's no other pirate organization in OCPF. I did search. There was apparently a pizza party which got created after us, but they've closed their account, so we still exist.
Yeah, and again, this all goes into our transparency, and making sure that anyone, whether you like us or not, every political party typically has to keep all of their documents 100% transparent. Now, looking at our numbers, that's a drop in the bucket compared to someone, say, like the Democrats or even the Libertarians. However, still, as things continue to progress, we expect these numbers to get much, much bigger. And it all just goes into the fact that we as a party are able to contribute a little bit over to whoever candidate we're doing. And but again, each candidate would have to have their own source. So as far as all this getting set up, when we go to run a candidate, they would have their own separate pool and their own separate reporting having to be done. So where I look to really go is not only for running for myself, because I will be going for school committee this upcoming year, but I will also be looking to help anybody make sure that they are on point with getting this done. And to a large part, Jamie also keeps make sure that I stay on point, making sure this all gets done. So.
Yeah, I mean, also to address multiple, I mean, another thing we really should be doing is voter registration drives. You know, wherever we have pirate volunteers, we should be doing our best to register voters. That just has to be a core activity of what we do. Other parties, you know, they rely on third parties to do that, nonprofits. You know, we just have to make that internal to ourselves and be able to go out and do that on a regular basis, both to, you know, tell people about us, but also just to get more people registered to vote, whether they register as pirate or not. And obviously we want them to, you know, put in that, fill out that registration form, and in the political designation, right, pirate. It's as easy as that. So.
Perfect. And right now I'm trying to pull up what we need. Okay, so right here. Boom. So this is what you would need to set this up, to set up a committee. You then set up your bank account, and then commence the record keeping. And they have all this instruction right again on the OCPF. And as far as what is allowed, what's not allowed, I mean, you can literally go to all these different banks to get this set up. So that being said, and they even have worksheets to help you with the record keeping and everything like that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward as far as what is needed and what's not needed, but it's definitely something that you have to do if you're running to be legit. As Malt is saying, we're legit. Yes, we've been legit since well before I started here. Taking over the reins from Steve, who then was focused on doing the zoning board, and then after a long bugging of Steve, I got him to come back as the second in command for this whole, for us all. So, short stint after doing this for a little while, we definitely been working on the national committee and doing national things, and so I'm also up at the national level as well, trying to keep all that in order, which is actually a little bit more difficult than I was expecting. That being said, we do have Jamie also helping us on the national level, so that's all that I have for you guys for this time. Again, do you have any questions or anything like that? Alright, why don't we go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, and I will reach out to our guest speaker and make sure that they're still on their way, and we'll go from there. Ahoy, Jack. How are ya?
Hello. Are we having a break? Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I just had to go check on my family. While we're doing this, why don't we, well, yeah, it's fine.
I was just taking a moment trying to reach out to the guest speaker that we were having coming on at 12:30. So I do apologize for the delay.
No worries. I mean, we could do the segment from the Pirate Party of Italy. It's a bit early, but, you know, keep things moving. Great. So to answer Max's question about ballot restrictions in Massachusetts, to get on the ballot for legislature, for state representative is 150 signatures from valid voters, which means at least 180 valid signatures, which means, you know, potentially 300 signatures. And then it's 300 for state senator. For congressperson, it's 2,000, which is fairly high. And probably part of the reason why we have generally no one running against the incumbents in Massachusetts. For things like governor, it's 10,000 signatures. for, last I knew, for say treasurer or auditor, it's 5,000 signatures. And for U.S. Senate and for U.S. Senator and President, it's 10,000 signatures. And the other thing is, so for Massachusetts, it's also limited as to when you can get signatures. Essentially, the middle of February, you can start gathering signatures. That's when nomination papers are available. And then you've got 10 weeks if it's for the legislature, or if it's for a non-statewide office. So not for governor, president, Congress, auditor, things like that. I.e., if it's just for the legislature, actually, let me correct this. So if you're a designated political party like the Democrat, Republican, periodically Libertarian, Green, then you need to gather your signatures from the 10 weeks after the middle of February. If you're a party like us, that's a political designation, we have until the end of July to gather signatures. But anyways, we can talk about it later. Our speaker is here, and I shall shut up.
Hi, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Cynthia Basteri. She is an admin for Tewksbury Public School System and does a lot of different things. And so I thought, who better than to get somebody in here who can actually speak intelligently on the education system, what's being done, where it was. Tewksbury was a school system that was about to lose its accreditation, and she is one of the people that turned it around. So I don't really want to interrupt too much, but was going to give Dr. Basteri a little bit of time to speak and then answer whatever questions we can have to throw at her. So, Doctor?
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Joe, for that daunting list of things that I'm not sure. I tried to help and assist with a lot of the things that Joe mentioned, but I'm not sure how much input I had. I will tell you that I have been with the school department consecutively. This is my 47th consecutive year with the public school system. It is a suburban school district north of Boston, reasonable size, and it has come a long way over the past few years. I started off as a classroom high school math teacher. I'm sure that was all of your favorite subjects. Everybody just loves math, but I have my entire career, I have worked with at-risk students that are not, I like to think of them as reluctant learners. I think everyone can learn, but the students I have always had a passion in working with are those that weren't the most enthusiastic about going to school. And my role now, I was an administrator the last 10 years of my time career with the school district was as an administrator working before school, after school. If you think of a football analogy, it would be a little bit, I was kind of the special teams person. I've written grants for the school district, both grants that are allocated, which means the school district gets them and you just have to do the paperwork, and also competitive grants. And so I've been very fortunate to be on the forefront of all kinds of educational initiatives at the national level, the regional level, and the district level in implementing programs to help students that struggle in school. And so that's kind of my perspective. Joe did mention that, maybe I'm going to say a few years ago, we were on the cusp of being designated, losing accreditation. Our building was very poor. We had a lot of work that needed to be done, and the town school department, all the stakeholders in our school department got together and filed the paperwork to have a brand new, beautiful high school built, and it was with 80% reimbursement. And so we have a gorgeous new high school, probably 5 years ago, and now we're one of the leading communities in our town. And Massachusetts is one of the top districts in the nation as far as education. So I say all of those things. we always have work to do. There's always changes, improvements that need to be done. And as long as you're willing to tackle those, I think that, that's where, people get discouraged and they give up. So I guess, I'm not sure what questions you have, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And I can provide, again, my perspective from school department, public school department. I'm only one person. And so, I can do the very best I can with your questions. There's a lot of work to be done always. My last thing I will say that no one was prepared for the entire shift in teaching and providing education to our students than what happened in March when all school systems closed. And for us, it was like we closed, everybody went home on Thursday, and over the weekend we found out that no one was going back into the building on Monday, and everything happened remotely. And I will tell you that all teachers went to school to teach in front of students, and students were not prepared for no longer having a live person in front of them. So it's been a huge shift in the way education is delivered now. In our school system, we have a hybrid model. We're very lucky still. We have, even though there's an uptick in all of the coronavirus cases across the nation, we're still pretty lucky in the school buildings themselves. We have very few corona cases in our school building, and they are all attributed to people that have gotten exposed to the virus outside of the building. So, we have a whole procedure in place to keep our students and staff safe. And so far, we've been pretty lucky about that. But who knows what's going to happen over the next few weeks and months as this virus continues to have a second surge. So again, happy to answer any questions and provide my perspective, at least, as humble as that is. I'm, happy to do so. So,
I actually have a question for you right off the bat, if that's okay.
of course.
So with the transition to the COVID thing, how much has technology really played a key role? And was there a strong upswing? I understand that you're not the technology person for your school district, but what does that look like for the individual staff and for the students? And how do we?
Yeah. So okay. So for those of you that are fortunate to be tech savvy, it wasn't too bad of a transition. But for someone like me, 1 year ago, if you asked me what a Zoom meeting was or a Google Meet was or how to be able to do that and effectively participate in those meetings and host those meetings, I would have had no idea what you were talking about. Almost overnight, everyone in a school district, every teacher, pre-K to 12, even though they were not internet savvy, had to become internet savvy immediately. And students who were used to being in front of a teacher, live person, again, are to this day are struggling because they're just not used to being able to access the information and not having a person in there to take them along the way. It's very difficult to guide somebody and instruct somebody remotely, and that's why our educational system has pretty much remained the same. To answer your question, Joe, even though we weren't tech savvy, we had to become. Our tech department in the school system was like overnight became the go-to people for every single need in our school district. We had to worry about students being able to access the internet in their homes. Every student had to have a device. There's been a lot of grant money available to be able to provide that, but the logistics of actually making that happen has been almost overwhelming. But over the past 7 months, we've been able to do it so that everyone in our school district, I'm going to just speak to our school district, everyone in our school district, number one, has access to a device at home and has internet access. Our school district we have a hybrid model, which means that 2 days during the week, the students come into the building on site. 3 days of the week, they're remote. And so we have to make sure that if we're teaching remotely, that the students are able to get that information remotely. That means every student with a device and every student with internet. There's been a lot of grant money available at the federal and state level to provide internet access. And that's my role. That's what I do. I make sure that we get that grant money so that we can implement the internet access. Like never before have we had to rely on technology the way we have since last March. And it hasn't been something that we were able to prepare for. It just happened. And it was like, oh my gosh, we have to take care of this. And I have to say, in our school district, we have. So and on that front, that we don't have too many issues, but there are all kinds of other issues, social, emotional issues that students are facing, and teachers, and their teachers, and administrators with implementing.
Sorry for interrupting. I do have another question, but Malt had another question as well.
Dr. Basteri, thank you for coming and speaking today. I happen to be a teacher. I've taught both in classrooms and also I've been a student and a teacher in distance education for about 10 years, and 90% of the skills do not transfer.
No.
I absolutely second what you're saying. I'm wondering if you have followed any of the developments in trauma-aware pedagogy and how you and the district respond to student traumas.
So we are very fortunate. We have somebody that was just put in place last year that is oversees guidance, and her title is Director of Student and Family Support. So we have been able to use her as a vehicle to identify students through guidance. We're just starting a program next week. We have unprecedented numbers of students that are failing 2 or more classes. And a lot of that, as you mentioned, the skills are not transferable from a classroom environment to a remote environment. And trying to identify those students that are traumatized by this whole environment has been a challenge for sure. So we're starting off with student failures. We're also looking at teachers to forward to us. I happen to work in the same office with her, to forward to us any student that they feel has not is being adversely affected socially and emotionally by this whole thing. So it's again, it's become a daunting task, but it's like that analogy when you see, you may have seen a child picking up a little starfish, and there's, rescuing a starfish, and, how can you rescue all of those starfish? And they say, I'm just going to start with this one. And that's kind of what we're trying to do. We're going to start with the ones that we know and then expand from there. I hope that answers your question. Can I ask you what you teach and what grade level?
English is a foreign language. Primarily at the elementary, but also university and adults and anybody really. That's another group that we're targeting. We're actually starting a program in 2 weeks for our English language learners, and it is going to be an on-site program because, again, if you don't know how to access the technology, and then trying to walk somebody through accessing the technology that doesn't have a good handle on our English language, it's like double the challenge. So we're going to try to do something on site. Our person that is in charge of the district to do that. But oh my gosh, how do you reach those kids? It's so hard. So what do? You just try. You pilot something, you try it. If it doesn't work, you try something else, and just keep trying until you get something that works. But I applaud your efforts. I'm sure you must see all kinds of examples of students that are struggling.
So, Jamie, did you have a question or some ideas that you wanted to throw at Dr. Basteri? I'm going to take that as a no for now. So let me throw my next question at you, if that's okay. So in terms, going back into the emotional state of things, with the adaptive learning, with trying to do an adaptive learning program, have you seen an uptick in programs that do adaptive learning, and like some of the like different programs and stuff like that. And again, going back into the emotional impact or the lack of socialization, how has that affected? How has that really affected the kids?
Oh, a tremendous effect. So what happened from March, when we were notified that schools were closed, immediate, instantaneous notification. From March until June, when schools closed for the summer, it was more like a Band-Aid approach. It was just kind of like doing your best to keep your head above water, so to speak, and, doing like more of a review. Then teachers, educators had the summer, again, I'm speaking for our school district, had summer to be able to look at all these different aspects of what it was going to be like to provide learning remotely. And one of the things that is the biggest challenge that has come out of all of this, as you say, Joe, is that social emotional aspect. You don't have the support of your peers. You don't have the ability to see someone face to face and be able to gauge whether or not that child is struggling emotionally. We've seen an uptick, unfortunately, in abuse situations at home. We've seen an uptick, and that's because students are not in front of a teacher, and a teacher can't gauge what's going on with the student. And we've also seen an uptick in, food challenges for many families, because the only food that they're eating is what is being provided by the school. And before, they'd have the breakfast lunch kind of thing and, the snack in the afternoon. But now that was provided by the school. So now the way we've addressed it is we send a kid home every day with a breakfast and a lunch. So they leave the school building with a breakfast and lunch. But that's only Monday through Friday. What happens on the weekend? And, the knowledge that maybe you're not going to eat. You can't socialize with your friends. You can't go, you can't play games. You can't do sports. You don't have other supports like a guidance counselor and school psychologists. All of those things have gone away with this coronavirus. And yet, the bottom line is we want to keep everybody safe. We want to prevent people from getting exposed to the virus. And how you balance the two has been a very daunting challenge. We're working on it. What I can say is we're working on it. Since the opening of, the school, and it's only been a couple of months, we're working on it, and we're looking at different programs to address it. I've just written a couple of grants specifically for social emotional to get some money in for additional professional development. How do you reach kids socially and emotionally over the internet? Wow. But you know what? We're up to the challenge, and we're going to try and see what works and see what doesn't work.
So you answered one of the questions I had for you there, but I had one more question for you there. So how has adaptive learning programs, such as like ABC Mouse and things like that, I know there's a million of them out there, and I'm not asking you to give us specific examples, but has there been an uptick in adaptive learning models, and how has that impacted student-teacher relations?
Absolutely, positively. There's we've spent a lot of time on something called Google Classroom, where teachers can modify the presentation of the material via a great way in Google Classroom. There's those already developed, like you talked about, ABC Mouse. They're great for the elementary, but what do you do with a high school kid? Try and make it as interesting as possible. If I was to just speak to you for 45 minutes to an hour, how boring would that be after the first 2 or 3 minutes? The best students get like that glaze over their eyes. So how do you present the material in a fun, interesting, and engaging way over the internet? Again, you just keep trying, keep looking, keep searching, keep on trucking, as they say. But we use Google Classroom, and then there's a couple of other platforms they've been using recently that names are escaping me right now. But we're out there looking, and those folks that have those kinds of platforms have been doing a heavy-duty marketing campaign to educators, not only in our school district, but across the nation as well. Because there's plenty of others out there, but they're expensive. They cost a lot of money. And so when you are, working with limited dollars, how do you afford those kinds of things? Well, you look to your tech people and you say, okay, help us out here. What can you do to help us bring the information to the students in an engaging, exciting, and fun way?
Okay. So that being said, what I'd really like to know, from a political perspective, how could the Pirates enhance school systems or make them that much better? Because there's a lot of people out there who are slipping through the gaps. As you say, you're reluctant learners. I like that. I'm going to use that. So how do we really impact those reluctant learners so that they don't slip through the cracks, they don't become the next wave of, and how do we benefit them as well as still pushing the top learners and the best of the best?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I'm not sure I have the answer to that. I know that supporting the teachers, supporting the educational structure, but how do you do that? How do you get the message across when the teachers themselves are struggling? So the teachers have, they're working remotely at home, trying to with their children that are also learning remotely at home. And I don't think those kids are as off as those poor parents that have no experience in teaching children, and yet they might have a 5th grader, a 7th grader, and a 9th grader all learning at home, needing support. And how do you provide that support to children that are learning at home when you have no experience in how to do that? You don't know the curriculum, you don't know the ins and outs of what what needs to be done for your children. So, typically you just have these students stay after school and get some extra support from the teacher, but that's not possible at the time. So the result is you have children not passing their classes. And how do you address that? Well, as I say, we're trying some remote after programs right now with starting actually, the week of November 3rd, we're actually bringing in content area, English, math, science, social studies teachers to help students after school access the work and help them do the assignments that they need to be done to pass the class. So that's just one way. How to support that? That's a great question. I don't know how you can support it. I know certainly supporting the legislators that turn money into professional development for teachers to do that. Again, this is the teacher said that's, in the audience, we didn't go to school to learn how to teach remotely. So maybe programs, volunteer efforts in your local school districts to help parents help their kids learn remotely.
So an example like a PTO organization, parent-teacher.
Absolutely. PTO organization. Maybe running a couple of lessons or, courses on how to assist your students in a remote learning environment, offering your services to the PTOs, the parent-teacher organizations. That's a great show. That's a great thought, because that's a huge need out there. Okay, so we have this need of the students, but what about the needs of the parents that are faced with the daunting task of having their kids home all day long? They can't socialize with their friends. Unless it's over the internet. They can't really go anywhere. They can't, if they're fortunate to have a yard to go outside and run around in, that's it. So how do you help parents deal with that, with technology, with how to do that? There are so many parents out there that have no idea how the technology works and how to help their kids even access the assignments. So that's a really good idea. Maybe volunteer efforts with your local parent-teachers organizations. That's a good vehicle to go through, for sure.
Okay. Does anybody else have any ideas or questions that we would like to ask Dr. Basteri?
So,
Hello.
No, go on.
I'm going to ask Steve to go next, and then Maltz, and then Jamie. That's okay?
Okay, fine. Hello, my name is Steve. Thank you for speaking, Dr.
Hi,
Basteri.
Steve.
In terms of childhood education, I neither have kids nor a background in education, so I have remained, I guess, to some extent, blissfully ignorant of, or at least I have not
Lucky
been
you.
experiencing. Lucky me, yeah. However, I am a town meeting member in Arlington and a member of our town's Information Technology Advisory Committee. And I mean, I consider us fortunate in the sense that IT is one of the areas where the school and town portions of our local government collaborate quite a bit. I'd like to,
That's great.
I just want to acknowledge one of the things that you said, some of the things that you said earlier about how quickly school districts were required to roll out remote learning and logistical challenges involved in it. I know in my town it was, sitting down with the IT director and having them, kick around ideas about how to, what kind of equipment to purchase and how to reallocate equipment across different grade levels. And it was daunting. And, we also had the challenges of, our home internet access is pretty common here, but not everyone has it. So that there were gaps that needed to be filled there. But I have a ton of respect for, everyone in school districts and municipal governments who really went well above and beyond in order to make things work as well as they do. Y'all deserve a ton of credit. I also have some sympathy for the struggles with, Tewksbury's risk of loss of accreditation. Arlington was facing the same situation, and we just last year approved the spending to get a new high school built, and we're looking forward to seeing that going up in the coming months. But again, this was a very nice talk, and thank you for coming out and to speak with us today.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And again, I take no credit for any of the wonderful things that are happening in Tewksbury. That the IT folks have been amazing in willing to, you're so right about the brainstorming. You just kind of sit down and say, okay, let's see if this will work. And can we try this? And can we try that? And the end result, though, has been education is not stagnant at the moment. There are so many new wonderful things happening, and people were just kind of like forced to take a different view of how to present education, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's people working together and the collaborations that have taken place. That's pretty remarkable to view. So I'm happy to see that's happened in your school district and also many other school districts that we see it happening. So thanks for sharing. Thanks, Steve.
Malt, you had a question?
So one perennial point of political argument is justifying the school budget, and how can we best support getting school funding to the level it needs to be when it keeps when the level it's at currently keeps getting attacked. What can we do to push this ball forward?
I think that at many different levels, starting with your local government, whether you have a school committee, it's actually the school committee are pretty good champions for the cause of education. But sometimes whether you have a town manager or a mayor who has to decide where the dollars are going to go, and you have so many town departments looking for funding, all legitimate, making sure that the school department gets an equal share, I guess, is very important. Then you have the state level. We're very fortunate that we have a governor that is very much in support of our school district, or all school districts in Massachusetts, and is willing to take the perspective. That's not always the case. And then you have your, at the national level, the state your senators and district representatives at every level, voicing your opinion just to make sure that school departments get what they need to be successful is very important. I love the grant writing or the grant realm, because when you write a grant proposal, especially the competitive ones, you have to show need. And you have to demonstrate that the money that you are asking for is legitimate and it has a good foundation for implementation. And at least in my little neck of the woods, we always have to justify, we say we're going to use the money for this particular reason. They say, okay, that's a good reason, we're going to give you the money, but then they always follow up with justification. So I work in two aspects of the grant world. There's the allocation, where money is given to school districts based on need, but there's also the competitive world, where you apply for funding based on your needs and what you see in the school district. So again, making sure grants usually come either from the federal or the state level. So making sure there's grant money available for the legitimate requests is also very important. And if I ever have an issue, I always go to our state legislator in that oversees our school district, and he's always been very cooperative and generous and understanding about that. So I hope that answers your question.
Malt's thanking you for your response.
Okay.
Can you actually see the chat on? It looks like you're on a mobile device. Are you able to?
I am on a mobile device. Can I see the chat? I can just see that I can see who's on. I can't see the public chat. Oh yes, okay. I can't see the chat now.
All right. And up next.
The Warren Bush Foundation. Yes, it is. I just have one more. If you are in touch with any of your local school districts and they're interested in grant funding, the federal government and the state government has the website. I typically work with funding specifically geared towards education. And so that's the Department of Education website. That's my source of funding ideas. And there's also something similar to it at the federal level. There are plenty of grant opportunities out there. However, sometimes they disguise them and they say, oh, we're going to give a grant, but you have to shell out 50% of the funding and then we'll pay for the other 50%. That's not the type of grants I'm talking about. I'm talking about the grants available out of the state governments and federal governments, and those are the ones where we really need your support in being able to access.
Okay. And I believe, Jamie, you also had some questions.
So I know Somerville has been using Google Classroom and Zoom, and Aspen for interacting with students and, sharing lesson plans and homework assignments and things like that. And, being that we're pirates and are concerned about people's privacy, Google will take all that information, and we've heard about in the past, Google taking that and using that as a way of advertising to kids. Do you know of any, like this platform that we're using for the chat is called Big Blue Button, and that was specifically made for classroom settings, virtual classroom settings, and it's not dependent on some large tech company. You can download the software and set up your own instance and be able to use it. But I'm just wondering, are you seeing other education company, any for-profit education companies coming in to try and profit off of the remote learning and things like that?
Oh, absolutely. I get emails all the time, and I'm not even in the tech department. What I can say about our tech department, they are very sensitive to that, and they take great pains in making sure that our students are not getting any kind of advertising. You're asking me a question that's way above my area of expertise, but I can just tell you that I know that we have We will not bring anything into our school system unless it has been vetted by the tech department and making sure that no one is getting bombarded with any kind of advertisements or anything like that. But as far as being able to present that technology, I'm not sure why we use Google. I know it's easy to use, but that's about all I can speak to on that regard. I learned how to use Google Classroom and Google Meets and Zoom meetings. So if I can do it, that speaks to my opinion that it's very easy to use. And I don't get advertisements from Google. Typically, I get emails and requests, marketing attempts from outside companies. And right now, the only ones that I know of that we're using are Google, and there's one other platform that's brand new and I'm not sure about it, but because I haven't used it yet, but that's for the classroom teacher that they've been using. Do you know of any others in Somerville that they're using right now?
I know of Aspen, and
Well, okay, so Aspen, we have Aspen, but that's just a very secure database for students, all of their grades and their homework assignments. And I know that's very secure. We've been using Aspen for a number of years, but that's more of a database and a vehicle to get assignments and give progress reports and things like that. I don't think they use it, to my knowledge, I may be wrong, I don't think they use it as a platform to deliver the educational learning aspect. We use Google for that, Google Classroom and the Zoom meetings, to provide the vehicle for the teachers to interact with the students. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think the Aspen is I don't think, I could be wrong, but when I use Aspen, I access Aspen myself for information about students, and that's the vehicle to do that.
yeah, I know they've been using some other software for quizzes and things like that. So obviously, I need to go start investigating that more.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I just
But
want to say thank
you know,
you so much, by the way, Dr. Bastari, for speaking with us.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I really am. Anything I can do to spread the word about what's going on in the schools, just happy to do. As I say, I'm a long time dinosaur in the school system. Dinosaur in the school system. As a matter of fact, you techies will appreciate that. I got one of the first emails in the school system, and my email starts with my last name. They don't give any emails in the school system by their last name now. That's how long ago I got it. So it's pretty funny when people try and look for my email. Just a little aside about that. But yeah, I'm happy to provide any information. And if anybody ever wants to, has any particular questions, please use Joe as a vehicle. I'm sure you don't mind if I say that, Joe. If you had any specific questions, please feel free to funnel them through Joe, and I'm happy to answer them if I can.
All right. And does anybody else have any questions for Dr. Bastari before we let her go? Dr. Bastari, again, thank you so much. I know I've been bugging you forever to come speak with us on the Secord. I'm very persistent, as you may know.
It just kind of worked out well today, for sure. But yeah, anytime I can provide information, I'm happy to do so. It's what I do. So, and have been doing for a long time. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
And as you know, this is recorded and upstreamed, so you will be seen. So, but that being said, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. You as well. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And that being said, we are a little bit ahead on the conference right now. Did we want to take our break early and then we could do the Italian stuff afterwards?
I mean, this segment is supposed to be about thinking about our education platform as well. So why don't we take like a 5-minute break and then come back to that? I can share my screen with something, or actually I can share it in the shared notes, and we can kind of look through that and pick through stuff that has been done in the past and see if we can kind of refine it more.
Okay. Sounds good.
So I guess 5-minute break, come back. Let me come back at 1:20.
Okay. So, were you able to actually see all of my tabs? Or no?
Oh, we saw everything, Joe.
Everything? Oh god, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. There's things that cannot be unseen.
You and your animes.
Hey, they're called adult films. Crunchyroll for the
I'm
win.
sure I like where this conversation is going.
Crunchyroll for the win. That's all I have to say, Jim.
So I put in a while ago, we talked about updating the platform, and we started to use what had been done by another pirate party who shall remain nameless. So within Big Blue Button, you can have shared notes. So within the shared notes, I cut and pasted that, what we had talked about in the past, as something we could look at. Additionally, our last go round on this, we had talked about, where is that? Here we go. I'll put these at the top.
I wish there was a way to see both the public chat and the notes.
Yeah, one or the other. But I mean, the shared chat is, people can just type into it, not just me.
Does the Pirate Party support proportional representation officially?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that proportional representation is... I mean, as far as I can tell, Max, we really do push the populace version, or pure democracy. We want everyone to have their vote.
Well, we also want all votes to count. It shouldn't be that we have districts where, a candidate can win with just a majority, and then suddenly anyone who doesn't have all the people who voted for not the candidate who won have no representation. And that's functionally, we see that especially with gerrymandering, when you throw that in, where you can literally have a political party where they have a minority of the vote, and yet they have a majority of the legislators. You see that all the time in the United Kingdom. I mean, even in Canada recently, like, I think it was the Liberals won with a minority of the vote, but majority of the candidates.
Yes, I do believe it is called direct democracy. And, I mean, they also, people against it call it mob rule, but at the same time, it's like, well...
How is that mob rule?
No, mob rule, like, the people who are against direct democracy. That's what the people say, but that's not even close to what it really is.
I mean, even, you look at the history of ancient Athens, and, there's a couple of really bad decisions that they did. Certainly during their empire position, you could say, well, they had Socrates, drink that hemlock, or they had a bunch of admirals who, like, oh, you didn't pick up the dead after this successful battle, so now we are going to kill you. And yes, and there you can put in checks that are like, yeah, okay, that's the decision of the people, but you can have additional like checks on that, or like, hey, you wanted to kill all these people, let's like hold off on that. like, let's wait a month and decide, is that really what we wanted to do, or something like that. You know, it was like, what was it? There was like one former ally, and they're like, yeah, kill them all, and they're like, maybe not, and they sent a fast ship to like get there first and be like, yeah, don't kill them all, really, no. So I mean, putting in kind of checks on that to be able to slow down the processes, make it more deliberative, less vulnerable to demagogues or quick decisions. Anyway,
So
that's me as the guy who likes ancient Athens and their history.
I mean, I consider myself a plebe, so I mean that's really where I'm getting at. But something Max is putting in about how we put in a bill allowing the legislature to propose a reduction in the penalty of like MJ possession and guess who killed it. So, and the fact that Max has been continually putting forth bills that are pirate friendly, and things of that nature, one of the things that we could really do as a group is really start shining the spotlight on who's doing what with what laws. And like, for example, all these ones that are being bought off, if say we get Max to say, hey, well, this happened in New Hampshire, this is who killed this bill, the bill that everyone loves, and we start shining a giant spotlight and start swarm-wising some of the media sites to put a giant spotlight on who's killing the bills that are popular by the people, then that might go a long way in supporting what we're trying to do and who we are as a platform and why they should elect people of the pirate designation. Agree, disagree?
I mean, we have an awful legislature, so anything to make that more transparent. I mean, literally, the Freedom of Information Act does not apply to, I believe, any branch of government in Massachusetts. It doesn't apply to the executive, it doesn't apply to the legislative, and it doesn't apply to the judiciary. And then to top it off, the legislature's like, oh, we don't actually need to take votes on every single bill. And when we don't, it can just be like, yeah, we decided to vote on this, but we're not going to tell you how we voted. And it's I don't know. And we have a system that is very much, and again, we'll put that in the link in the description. We have a video about that. The legislature is very much of it's the leadership sets the pace, and you could say, okay, that's fine, but they can kill anything that they don't like. Like if the House Speaker doesn't support it, your bill never gets out of committee, right? Same thing potentially with the state Senate, though that's generally been slightly more open, but the House Speaker, I mean, it's telling that so many of our House Speakers basically were removed because they were indicted federally. Hey, Max.
We're not getting any sound from you.
You're on just headphones.
There you go. Try now.
How's that?
Yes, now we can hear you.
That's good.
I think
You're done by the Great White North.
Uniform, user interface for all these Zoom and web chat and everything like that. Every single one is different.
Yeah.
So yeah, I put in bills. I have another ballot access bill in this year, but I'm not sure. I had a thought that maybe if it were like limited to like partisan county and local races, they might go for it. That would allow minor parties to just kind of like be a minor party. We don't have the concept of a minor party in New Hampshire, which is basically, yeah, we're not, going to win a bunch of congressional races. But however, for legislature, I thought the Pirate Party is in a pretty good spot. I mean, obviously up in New Hampshire, the really big one's the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. But the Mass Pirate Party, I thought, well, it's almost the mirror image down in Mass, and you've got a whole bunch of districts where Republicans don't even bother running for a legislature. It goes like 60-70% Democrat, so the Republicans don't even bother running. So I thought, we have these very far Republican and very far Democrat districts. We've got districts up in New Hampshire where no Republican runs, or something is it's like R+10, R+20, or something crazy like that. It's like 70-30 Republican, and no Democrat even bothers to put their name in. So what Chris Reynolds did up here is there wasn't even a Democrat candidate. So Chris ran for a legislature, but this is about almost 10 years ago, ran as a Democrat, so it was kind of like Democrat Pirate Caucus. You know how there's like Republican Liberty Caucus?
Yeah, I remember when Christine did that.
And he was trying to build interest in the Pirate Party up here. And that's how I found out about the Pirate Party. And I asked, I think it was a group of school kids, or maybe it was an online poll, and I said, how many of you have heard of the Pirate Party? And almost all of them had. And I asked a group of libertarians, because I hadn't. And I asked libertarians, how many of you heard of the Pirate Party? And almost all of them had. And I would put up hypothetical polls, like suppose you had a two-way race between a pirate and a Democrat, for example, and like 100% of libertarians said they'd vote for the pirate. And I'm like, that's cool. I think 90% would vote green or whatever, but the Pirate Party is still pretty, it's pretty well known and it's pretty popular. And that's why I was asking about ballot access. I was like, well, we have like college towns, and we have like districts up here where it's not competitive and nobody even bothers to run. So wouldn't it be like, cool, we could build a Pirate Party by, having a simple two-way race. De Vergier's law is not by like a whole country, it's by district. And Canada and Britain are still first past the post, and Australia and New Zealand used to be first past the post, and all the other Great Britain, former colonies, including the U.S., are all first past the post, just because back in the 1700s, I guess nobody really thought of any, they didn't even have political parties early on. Oldest political parties like the British Conservative Party. But you could have districts, and I had this conversation with Chris several years ago, before he transitioned, and we said, you're already in the right spot. You could just take on Democrats, and then when you go door to door, every single voter is different. Everyone has a different issue or concern, but you could just have like a couple of selling points, like cutting property taxes, or one or two issues, and say, hey, here's a pirate versus Democrat race. So when you get down to it, vote for the pirate. And I think obviously all the third party candidates and all the third party activists are going to support the pirate candidate because it's the best platform out there.
Yeah, Christine moving down here, sadly, is New Hampshire's loss, but our gain. So it's nice to have her here.
Can I jump in on something,
Yeah,
Max said? Max, when you pointed out that
sorry, go on, Mal.
When Max was talking about first past the post voting, it made me think that we might have an easier time arguing for ranked choice voting or proportional representation by making people aware of the phrase first past the post. Like right now, people talk about voting as if it's just voting, and that means ranked choice voting is a different thing. The transition from first past the post voting to ranked choice voting is going to be a lot easier than the transition from voting to ranked choice voting. So if we can try and couch the argument in that terms, I think we'll be on better standing.
I mean, I think it's also useful. There are a lot of communities, more cities, but there are even some like Amherst and Northampton and other Pioneer Valley municipalities that went strongly for instant runoff voting. And I know Steve has talked about trying to get Arlington to start using that as they do their electoral reform. And you know, the more people that we can get it and show this works and it's not hard and it just works, then people will be less wary of it. It's like, okay, it's not some alien thing, but it's a long process, you know. I mean, it took ending Greyhound racing took 3 different ballot initiatives, so this may take us hopefully only 2.
So with respect to Arlington, we were supposed to, if I've heard correctly, we were supposed to have an article coming up this week for to add ranked choice voting for municipal elections. The Election Modernization Committee decided that they wanted to go and work on it some more, so they've withdrawn it. But hopefully that will be back in the spring.
I wonder how many people have noticed that establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats vote the same way pretty much like 90% of the time. I mean, when I go across to work with Democrats, it's pretty much always progressive Democrats or anti-establishment Democrats. It's never, I mean, the establishment Democrats are basically saying the same things and coming up with the same excuses why you can't have ranked choice voting or referenda or direct democracy or the right to remove someone from office. If you have a senator, they're in for 6 years. I mean, why shouldn't you be able to recall your senator after 2 years if they're doing something illegal or the way that they're voting with the party instead of their state? Why shouldn't you, the majority of voters, be able to recall a sitting U.S. senator or heck, you know, even a president? That's even more powerful. Why can't we vote by 51% to remove a sitting president? Because you already have a vice president, so that's even easier. I mean, you probably would have had 2 years of Trump anyway, but I mean, you probably would have had 2 years of a lot of bad presidents, who Lyndon Johnson and whatever, who would have gotten pulled out of office after 2 years, because you couldn't make a bunch of promises and then break them right after the election, because in 2 years the voters would remove you.
Yeah, I mean, certainly on the Electoral College, there's been a lot of desires to get rid of that. And people forget that it doesn't have to be that if whichever candidate in a state gets the most votes gets all of the Electoral College delegates. You can make it proportional.
I've had this thought of doing it proportionally, but I kind of wanted to reach out to other people. Obviously, New Hampshire is such a tiny state, nobody cares. I mean, somebody's going to care, but it's not like you're ever going to have an election that's like 269 to 269 and then gets thrown to the House. But
I'm kind of surprised the Republicans haven't pushed that in New Hampshire.
What's that?
I mean, I know the Republicans have done the two electoral college are done, like in Maine and in I think Nebraska. I think it's Nebraska. Maybe I'm wrong, but where they elect, the statewide vote elects two, and then each of the districts, goes and elects, one person for each district, which to me is not proportional, so I don't see that as a benefit, but I'm kind of surprised they haven't, now that the Republicans are in, they're not like, yeah, why don't we make it just proportional, and no matter what, we'll get one or two, maybe three,
But again, it's kind of like New Hampshire's such a small state. I mean, there's never, it's always whoever wins gets like 300 and some electoral college votes. So, I mean, we know that until recently, New Hampshire's been a swing state, but it's kind of like something we could do on principle and just say, hey, we did this because, in principle. But I think that it'd be much better overall if we had the electoral college done proportionately. Then some of these bigger states like California and Massachusetts gets ignored by both the presidential candidates, because it's just automatically assumed that it's going to go Democrat every single year. So then Massachusetts gets ignored in the presidential race. And I mean, even if the Pirate Party were much, much bigger and could compete, it wouldn't be able to compete in I mean, it might be. You might be able to have a presidential candidate in Massachusetts who picks up, makes it competitive between like Pirate versus Democrat, whoever the Democrat nominee is. Democrat is terrible. Then that might happen. But I think for now, what we're looking at is, first past the post and the way the Electoral College is set up. And ironically, none of the founding fathers wanted political parties. Most of them didn't want political parties at all. George Washington refused to join a political party. And history on the Jacksonian Democrats, none of them, even in the 1820s, none of them would be referred to as a political party. There were still groups like Friends of Mr. Hamilton or Friends of Mr. Jefferson or whatever. Even when they were called, what was it?
Democratic Republican Party?
Yeah, but they weren't called that. They were just called the Republicans, Jeffersonian Republicans. And they weren't called like the Jeffersonian Republican Party. The Liberty Party, I think, might have been, it was an abolitionist party. It was the first one actually called a party. But that was like 1840s. So no one wanted to have political parties. They didn't want to have factions and groups. They wanted you, in a republic, you vote based on your principles, based on what you believe in and want to get done, as opposed to, people voting for what they want, or worst of all, just voting against the other party every single year.
Yeah, there was an interesting documentary that was 2 years ago, I think, on PBS about, I think it was Montana. And Montana tends to be very Republican, but not all Republicans are the same. And there was a Koch, the Koch brothers basically funded some group that would try and get really, really radical Republicans to run and give them money and give them help and things like that. And so I feel like I understand what you're saying about parties, and I get that part of our history, but there's always going to be either rich people or people that go together that try and influence the elections. And at least with parties, you know what they are.
What if Montana were proportional on the Electoral College votes? You'd have the chance to pick up at least one Electoral College vote for the Democrat nominee if that Democrat were any good. There were a whole bunch of states. When Tulsi Gabbard was campaigning, there were a whole bunch of states that were potentially winnable that just weren't winnable to like the Biden-Harris ticket, because she reaches out to a whole bunch of, I guess, socially libertarian voters. I'm just watching the world go backwards. Not much else to add. Green state federalism is another one, not to change the topic, but the idea, some libertarians were talking about this. You'd still have a very small federal government, but you kind of push like the questions we were talking about yesterday about single payer and health savings accounts and stuff like that would be pushed down to the state and local level. And some states want to go forward with some of those progressive policies, and some states are very, very resistant to it. But you have some businesses that would actually benefit from single payer. And, wouldn't it be a great advantage if states that needed if businesses and industries that needed single payer could move to a single payer state and just kind of pay for healthcare through some type of business taxes or something, or employment or profits taxes. And they might actually either save money or improve employee retention by basing their business out of that state. Even if you can't get a majority to do something like that, you could still get some states that do it, and I think it'd be more likely some of these policies have a better chance of passing and more likely to work at the state level than going through Congress, because if you're a member of Congress, you know how to get reelected, and it's not by going to the voters, it's by going to your donors. $150 million for a Senate race in Kentucky, I think.
Yeah, it's way too much money not used efficiently. The other advantage to an electoral college being proportional is, if the Greens or Pirates or Libertarians, like in Massachusetts, you'd need roughly 1/12 of the vote, 1/11 to 1/12 of the vote to get one. And, you do that enough states, and suddenly whomever thinks they're going to be the winner, if no one has the 270, they're going to come to the Greens or the Libertarians or the Pirates and be like, hey, I'll give you this, like this thing that is important to you, I will make sure that happens. Of course, that's 4 years is a long time, and they could very well, end up backstabbing you. But that's at least, you can now get Greens in the legislature. I mean, even in Australia, they have, for the Senate, they have multi-member districts. That would be another change, is just having multi-member districts with some form of proportional representation, like in Cambridge or Australia, using ranked choice voting or something.
We have so many multi-member districts in New Hampshire, and they're legislative districts, and you'd think that it would just be ripe for third parties. And yet most people just show up and they just go straight down one side or the other. And everybody hates straight ticket voting. But if you actually look at the ballots, like 90% of them are just straight ticket, one way or the other. Just got to stop the other side. Unless you campaign and you went to their door and say, hey, I'm James O'Keefe from the Pirate Party and I'm running for State House, the chances of them voting for you are pretty slim. Actually, 6 letters. You have the perfect name. Yeah, you got the perfect name for running for legislature. 6 letters.
Yeah, I mean, Somerville, where I live, has 4 are elected at large, and basically you get to vote for up to 4. So potentially, if you had a well enough organized minority, they could get 4 people or 3 or 4 people in, and it would be disproportionately in their, with the way they think. It wouldn't be proportional. And so that's, you have the same thing there, where literally you can vote for 2 candidates, but, if it, like Japan has it where you can only vote for 1 candidate, and they have multi-member districts. So at least you're like, okay, if I vote for this person's likely to get a huge number of votes. Well, I'll give my vote to somebody else. That's at least somewhat better than, I get to vote for the 4 candidates. So,
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. I put in a bill last term for approval voting, and I thought that approval voting would be like a sure thing, because it's the simplest. It doesn't cost anything, and you could just go, here's your ballot. But, there's this Pirate Party candidate, or there are a couple of them running for State House. Well, I'm as a voter, you might not know much about them, but hey, it's better than the other side. It's got to be better than that other party. So you'll vote your straight ticket, but you can vote for your 3 whatever of your party, and then you can also vote for all the pirates. So you, under approval voting, and maybe this is why the Republicans and Democrats don't want this, because remember, these are the winners of first past the post. So they don't want something different, even if the general public wants it. And we roll called that bill in hopes that other third-party activists would say, oh, look, this legislator voted against approval voting, this legislator voted against ballot access, this legislator voted against proportionate representation, and hopefully that'll contribute to some of the turnover. Because just the referendum one seemed like obvious. Certainly in the House, where we voted 5-1 to legalize personal use or re-legalize personal use of marijuana, and we know that it's the state Senate that keeps killing it every year, even though there's like 99% public support now. And then if the House could, instead of sending it off to the Senate, if we could send that off to the voters, well, then the voters would presumably vote overwhelmingly to either re-legalize or greatly reduce the penalties. I mean, you probably get 70 or 80% of the vote in New Hampshire.
Sounds like you need a cannabis party. Single
There
issue.
was, but
We will get cannabis.
Well, have you got? Read about something recently, and I was just trying to look it up, and I think I found it. Something called the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. So the idea that a group of states getting together and saying, we will award all of our electoral votes to the candidate who won the popular vote. But we'll start doing this once 270 electoral college votes worth of states sign on.
That one, the courts threw that out, and they were really, it sounded like they wanted to basically throw politicians in prison if they did that. The reason is, and I think probably proportional is better, just each state doing it on their own. But the Constitution sets it up so that you win a majority of states, and they wanted the president to be nothing more than a check on the power of the rest of government. And they, with the U.S. Senate and the president, they didn't really want them to have any real power. So they wanted small states to have representation in the Senate and the White House to act as a check on the House, because they already had big states like New York and New Jersey and Virginia, and these were like really big population states. Even at that time, about half the population lived in like 3 or 4 states. So if you didn't live in one of those really big states, you didn't have much clout. So they wanted a check and balance system. So in order to get anything done, you'd have, the bulk of popular support, that's the House of Representatives, would send stuff through, and then the Senate was supposed to act as kind of like the House of Lords, which has even less power than the Senate does, than our Senate. And the Senate was supposed to just kind of, amend it and send it back to the House and that kind of thing. It wasn't supposed to be, it just kind of ratifies and confirms and that kind of thing. It's not, the Senate's not supposed to have much power, and the president's supposed to have even less power than the Senate. So
There's so much flexibility in some areas of the Constitution.
yeah, I mean, if you look at the country that we had at the time, they were the southern states and the mid-Atlantic states where there were a lot of slaves. The slaves weren't going to get the right to vote in any of those states, and yet they still wanted to count them as if they were voters.
Yeah.
And the 3/5 compromise was, you're basically going to give, in some of those states, most of the population were slaves, and only about 10% were landowning white men who are qualified to vote. So you're going to have like literally a few tens of thousands of people voting and deciding elections, federal elections. You know
Can
what
I
mean?
hop in on
Yeah.
something? So, Max, I want to go back on what you said about the the original perfunctory role of the executive office. If we wanted to run candidates on the platform of restricting executive authority, I bet we could sweep a huge amount of conservative and even like hard Republican Party activists, because of like the pendulum is absolutely going to swing back. We've had several years of almost unobstructed executive authority, and with the Republicans being as sore about losing the election as they are, I bet this is something that they would be willing to back us on.
Well, I know that conservatives, at least, not necessarily Republicans, but a lot of conservatives and even some of the Tea Partiers, and actually, I think going back to Bush Sr., when Bush Sr. was in office, they wanted to rein in the power of the presidency. I mean, the Senate's supposed to act as a check on the presidency, but as time goes on, it's kind of like, wow, this isn't going right. It's the president has too much power. He's appointing everyone on the Supreme Court. He's appointing every federal regulator. He's appointing every federal judge. He's got veto power of 16 senators and whatever it is, 80 members of Congress. So the presidency is just way, way overpowered. And under the War Powers Act, de facto, they let the president start a war with very, very few limitations and without consent of Congress.
It's terrifying.
So when the Clinton administration stepped it up even more, and then Bush Sr. stepped it up even more, and then Obama stepped it up even more, and so on and so forth. And now it's like, instead of the presidency being a check on the power of government, it's almost like they're cheerleaders to make government more powerful, and more surveillance, and more government spying, and more Article 2 warrants, and Article 2 judges aren't judges at all. They're just basically White House employees in the LOB, and they're or executive office building, and they're sending out warrants to basically have people arrested or searched or what have you, and that's under the federal government. You got no control over it.
I think one of the reasons that we are seeing so much one-party rule is because of how divided and partisan the society is becoming. I think this partisan divide is stemming from the fact that the parties aren't actually improving material conditions. So it becomes easy to fall into this dynamic of like, you are either the authority or the opposition. And when you are the opposition, the goal is to stop all action by the authority. And when you are the authority, the goal is to crush and demonize and offset all of your failings onto the opposition.
Yeah, I think that's a little too. Sorry, I will just say that one party has played for keeps, and another party still believes in some bipartisan compromise. Both parties are for austerity, though they're just austerity for us and not austerity for the rich. But that's my analysis.
I went back to like 1980, and I looked at every double taxation of Social Security benefits, the 2013 cut in veterans benefits, the 2010 cut in Medicare benefits, and I think, and I don't have the exact numbers, but I think Republicans voted for 7 of them, and Democrats in Congress voted for 10 of them. And I think that at least one of them, the Republicans, maybe 2, Republicans only voted against 2 of those for partisan reasons. So you pretty much have 2 austerity parties, and they're both, one way or another. The 1983 payroll tax increase was one of the biggest middle class tax increases ever, and there was no increase on wealthy or wealthy investors or anything like that. It was strictly a middle class tax increase. So, and both parties voted for that in Congress, and Reagan signed it. So that's all public record.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They, certainly we've reduced the capital gains tax. There have been so many capital gains tax cuts and tax cuts on, higher incomes who have most of the stock anyways. I just point out, Kendra said they put Securitas systems in public schools in Detroit, and parents picking up kids from school had to swipe their IDs to enter buildings. Some were arrested for warrants and unpaid tickets and such. I mean, yeah, that's just the surveillance state, whatever information they can gather, even if it's, supposedly private, gets picked up.
That's vicious. Oh, I posted the Eisenhower Compromise. The backdrop of that was that Democrats in those days, and it was still a openly segregation party in the 1930s and 40s and stuff. They'd been winning every single year, Congress and the White House, for over 20 years when Eisenhower ran, and so he came up with a compromise, and he was more fiscally conservative overall than probably anyone today, except he confined the tax cuts to just middle class tax cuts. So in 1954, he signed the largest middle class tax cut that's ever been passed. And confining the tax cuts to middle class tax cuts was not only very popular, it allowed him to go to different interest groups and say, hey, I can't vote for money for this, or we can't expand government this way or that way, because it's all going to either the interstate highway system or it's going to middle class tax cuts.
For the military.
Actually on conventional military, he was criticized by Kennedy for. But anyway, what I'm saying is, for a philosophy, I like that because it's kind of, most people agree on that, and I think that you can. I think it's more practical to just go for middle class tax cuts because everybody across the board supports it.
Well, we're at 2:00, so I would recommend that we do a break until 2:30 or so, and then come back and work on platform topics. Does that work for folks?
Sure.
Jamie, it's Kendra. I just was asking how your health was doing. Are you doing all right?
I'm fine so far. No COVID. We're just waiting for the test result. So
All right.
hopefully it's 24 hours. So we'll see how that goes. Of course, I think that the 24-hour ones are less accurate than the longer ones. So we'll see.
All
So
right,
far,
keep our fingers crossed.
thanks.
See you at 2:30.
See you at 2:30. All right, so have a good lunch, folks.
And
So to answer your question, Olivia, we are on our break that will end at 2:30.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Joe.
Thank you for taking over for me earlier. I appreciate.
Sure.
Even though I feel like this show is your show, the Jamie show.
It can't be my show. It has to be our show. All of us.
That is true.
Whoa.
The conference has not ended. Are you talking about on YouTube, Olivia, or are you talking about just here?
Here. I already addressed it.
Oh, okay. And in the background, you might hear a little baby pirate who is trying to get me for booty. Sorry about that.
No worries. Why don't we do the I'll queue up the video by the Italian Pirate Party. I'll go share my screen.
Let's resume recording.
Oh, okay.
I just have a hard copy too.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Alright, let's, yeah, I think we were going to start with the Italian thing and then go into platform discussion for the rest of it. And good to have you here. Yes, he's cute, Maltz. That's the problem. He knows he's cute. And he uses it to every advantage.
Let me get rid of me. Oop, sorry. All right, so this is a speech for the U.S. Massachusetts Pirate Party 2020 conference from the Italian Pirate Party. So hopefully it works.
Hello, parents. Hope you well, and we hope. These times are challenging for all us all over the world, but these times are full of new hopes and fresh dreams. Italy is an ancient nation. We have a millenary history in art, literature, society, and politics, but we are ancient in so many ways. You are in the most modern part of our global human civilization. I come from Pavia, a historically city near Milan. If you look on Wikipedia, the last important film sets of Pavia date back to medieval history. Well, they say also here a good hospital that came in these times. Sole, mare, mandolino, pizza and mozzarella. Some see mandolin pizza and fresh cheese are our national pride. I'm not questioning. They are good, better than any other part of the world, as any part of the world can say of them. But well, peers with contemporary Italians want more. In Italy, interpenetration is scarce. Service digitalization is low. We constantly struggle with our own public sector and market feels unable to give the proper attention to the clients. When Amazon finally came to Italy with its standard client service in US terms, we were shocked. Some argued in a joke that they wanted to be citizens of Amazon other than Italy. A joke? No. The very first thing we made is to appoint an Amazon officer at a very high level of Italy Public Sector Innovation Office. After so much fanfare, money spent, and dozens of new public employees recruited, he went away leaving behind a fantastic new demo for state website, and up to pay more commissions to banks than before, and an air of great defeat all around. But hope and dreams were in the way Italians reacted to the pandemic. Literally in days, in that country where interpenetration was scarce, the digital device was and is high, and the public and private sector digitalization is low, most of our found ourselves able to put these limitations and work from home. Mostly paid up by themselves for the services we made as a whole in the world, all sort of things online. You can't figure out how insulting is for an Italian grandpa having to see his grandchild on the screen, and they did. In a country where having personal distance is the bare minimum possible, living online was and is our new normal. But not all came in good stand. We had to accept the adoption of innovations without being able to choose them. The big platform was the king of the games. To say one, the Ministry of Education left down before Google, Microsoft, Cisco, and Zoom. I don't think this is positive for the good of the country. Generations of young Italians, starting with the youngest, have been literally ensured imposed a platform by a state incapable of preserving the privacy of its citizens. Of course, at the time of the crisis, perhaps we couldn't have chosen better, but only because for decades no one made choice. But today, after months, after a whole summer of peace, do you know what the Italian serious have committed themselves to choose and buy? Individual benches with wheels. To me, this is the message. We are more interested in where you put your backside than where you put your head. We are more interested in getting your back inside the poisonous wall of a school rather than opening up new horizons online. Never mind the pandemic, never mind the possibility it would give us to innovate everything. So, in the end, there is plenty of room for our great struggles. We have a lot to fight for in Italy. We are a small party. We have just released ourselves from the ground up. We have the broad vision of all parts and, fortunately, many ambitions. We are totally resolute and ready to support us. In Italy, we have a way of saying, the American auntie is coming. It's mean that a wealthy person coming from a wealthy nation will come to help us with money. In the United States, there is a culture of donation different from the Italian one. We donate a little money to good idea, but we do a lot of charity to this advantage. It is an old medieval heritage. But if there is someone among you who loves sun, sea, pizza, and art in Italy, then let him for he also love the civil rights of Italian citizens and fight with us. Join the party. Make us a donation, money to fight. Thank you, all fellow peers. Viva il Partito Pirata, long life and prosperity all over the world. Thank you.
So thank you to, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Eduardo Ferri, who's international delegate from the Italian Pirate Party, for that statement. Okay, so our previous thing we were talking about was education with a sideline into electoral reform. A while ago, we put together a draft for the platform, and if you look in the shared notes, I've put them in there. You can edit this document. But this was something we, as we are pirates, copied from another pirate party. And at the top, when we met a time previously to go over ideas, we came up with this set of points we wanted to cover.
Well, if I could just, if I may, Jamie.
Joe, would you mind sharing that, making that bigger?
I don't know how to make this.
Just drag it. You just move your cursor over to the.
Oh, I see it.
No, not there. Oh, drag it horizontally.
Drag it horizontally.
Right. So just make it wider.
Let's see if I can just go like this. And that's about as far as it's gonna let me go with the shared notes, unfortunately. Only
Really? You can't? Here we go. Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can minimize the welcome thing.
minimize the welcome.
Yeah.
Okay. So we were talking before our break, and one of the things that I really wanted to touch upon was in the whole draining of the swamp, making that one of our major planks.
Making education one of our major planks?
Oh, education being one of our major planks as well.
Sure.
However, I would say us being the other choice, or being the choice running against the incumbents of whatever state there is, like what they were saying, just getting people to run, or having us run as candidates, and us running as candidates in order to at least have that one vote, as Max was saying before. Having us run against Republicans in a Republican state, having us be that other option in so many of those states.
Well, I mean, 60% of the legislature has only has the incumbent on the general election ballot, whether they're Republicans or Democrats. Be good to run against them.
Yeah, there's plenty of folks to run against in Massachusetts. I mean, I'm kind of confused as to what the phrase "drain the swamp" implies here.
Draining the swamp, as in draining or fighting against the people who have been there the entire time, the incumbents. I know that that's a right terminology, but I'm using it for both the right and the left. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that phrase doesn't really mean much of anything. I mean,
not specific.
The former president, ran on that and then proceeded to cut taxes for the rich and hire in his cronies and use the federal government as his own way of enriching himself and friends. So I don't know that it really means anything, but I would like us to go through, we've got 2 hours. It would be nice if we picked 2 platform topics and kind of went through the document and looked at that and said, this is good, this isn't change, whatever, so that we can at least have 2 things done. I mean, obviously there's a lot more to be done and we can do that over the next 2 months. But for now here, rather than get sidelined about, overall things and who we should run against, let's just brass tacks go down and look through one one plank.
Fair
Gotta
enough.
use the nautical
Fair
term.
enough, and I'm sorry if I was getting us sidetracked on that.
No worries.
So I'm gonna just pick at random. Let's take a look at gender and family policy. So the Pirate Party supports a modern gender and family policy. It's based on the principle. Sorry.
No, I mean, so I put stuff into the shared notes.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong tab.
So it's something on education on the shared notes. I mean, we could do energy in the next hour. We could do gender and family policy. Although
I would love to
That's-
speak about energy, honestly. I think that's a good choice.
I think energy and education. Let's just start right at the top of the alphabet.
all right. So why don't we do education now, and then we can the next hour we can do energy, and then we'll at least have two things we've kind of reviewed, worked on the text, and we can check off some stuff.
Okay.
Obviously, as I said, this is at least a 2-month process, so we shouldn't in any way feel like we have to get it all done now. But let's just kind of go through some things with all the viewers who will come in and see us doing this later on. Kind of go through. So as I said, that if you look at the top of the shared notes, and it's unfortunately it's public chat or shared notes. So, but you can type in here and changes will be made. So previous points were putting students first, innovation in funding that reduces per student disparities in funding, and i.e. raising the bottom, encouraging critical thinking, maximizing the tools available to teachers, and empowering teachers. So those were some of the things that a prior discussion we kind of came up with, and then this document is a little more. So why don't we start at 10.1, education in a free democratic society. So if you could read that through and see if that sounds good, there's something you want to do to punch it up, there's something you disagree with.
Ten 10.1 reads great to me as is.
Other thoughts?
So 10.2, I'd like to see something in there about specifically libraries as a facet of public education. But I like what you're saying about tuition fees.
So, I mean, we can make this into different paragraphs.
Apologize, I'm just getting back.
Yours.
So, we just went over 10.1.
Yeah, is there anything you'd like to change in 10.1?
Yeah, so having everyone should have access in a free democratic society. So, in that access, though,
So what, sorry, what do you, can you put
So no,
parentheses around what-
that very first line, everybody has the right to free access to information and knowledge. If we can just make that as like separate that right there into like this. And then, so what I'm trying to do is take education and free democratic society. That first point basically just is like the highlight of what we're trying to say. And then the rest of it's going on to explain it. You know what I mean? I mean, see how
if
I
I-
pointed?
So what about this? If we take the first sentence and instead of having education in a free democratic society, you change, shoot. Sorry. There we go. We were to replace this. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And in putting it, this is our policy on education, and the first principle of our policy in education is everyone should have free access to the information and knowledge, and skill set building, essentially. Accessing information, knowledge, and the ability to build their skill sets.
I mean, it's a shared document. Type in what you want. Or maybe put parentheses around it so other people can. Yeah, I mean, I think this is. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing of the way this was structured is each section had its own kind of general subhead, whereas now we're kind of getting longer.
Mm.
So it feels like that should be a sentence, and then we just have. Does that make sense? So you look at public education infrastructure, that's kind of your index. All right, we're talking about public education infrastructure, and then we have the document here. But well, I mean, if we're going to do that, you could do.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, I'm not worried about how that looks.
I mean, I feel like skill sets is redundant. Like, if people have access to information and knowledge, then they shall use that to build their skill sets.
Well, I mean, to put in there the whole purpose of the system is to make it so that every single person has the maximum advantage that they can possibly have, regardless of race or sex or age or orientation or any of that.
But here, by saying it's to specifically build their skill sets, that's implying like a specifically mercantile kind of like economic approach to things. Like, I don't necessarily see us needing a reason to like have access to information or knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, knowledge is an information are goods in and of themselves, regardless of whether. I mean, the skills. I mean, I will say skill set could be, I have a skill set in tabletop gaming, or video game, and it doesn't necessarily have to be mercantile, but I get what you're saying there, Mol. So did you make that change, Joe? Are you comfortable with this?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right. So any other comments about 10.1?
Not about 10.1.
Okay. Why don't we move on to 10.2 then?
I don't see anything about addressing funding. I don't know if it would be better in like 10.2, 10.3, or even 10.4, but I think one of the big hurdles we've got is basing the funding off of local property taxes and not like pooling it at even just the state level in order to make sure things are better distributed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what private financing of public educational institutions is favorable means.
I think it's talking about like the donor/patron system.
Right.
Problem is that donors aren't reliable all the time.
Oh yeah, and we absolutely know they have influence on existing curriculum and like development of future curricula. It's actually a huge inroad for a lot of conservative like grievance merchants. A lot of them will use their funding to like force ideologies onto departments.
Not used to this keyboard, man. Sorry. Gotta hit the right keys. So I'm just making changes into that third sentence.
Well, something that Dr. Basteri was saying earlier was in the whole grant system, it helps hold, even though it's a public funding source, it holds the funding to account. So they have to...
We also talked about getting just that like grants were from state and federal.
Yeah, where she was getting most of her grant money from the state and federal, yeah.
Right.
Right, we're not saying get rid of that system. We're saying put all the money in a central pot from the state.
Yeah, in eliminating the private financing, correct?
So I just put in, we favor public financing of educational institutions. I'm not sure if the next part of the sentence is necessary, but
I would say separate the sentences entirely, that we favor public financing of institutions. We seek to have no influence on existing curriculums beyond an academic.
Say that again?
So we seek to have
no private influence?
Have no influence on existing curriculums so long as they remain true to their academia.
Right, remain true to their academia.
So, essentially, to put it in simpler terms, we're not looking to change the education system to not be an education system. We're not looking to change it into a political think tank and have it right there in writing that we're not looking to politicize the school system.
But is anyone looking to politicize the school system?
I don't like that's kind of we don't need to deny things we're not doing. Like anytime anyone does that, it's an admission that that's exactly what they're trying to do. Mm-hmm. I think there's a French phrase that exactly means that. I forget what it is, but it translates to the unasked for explanation is the admission. So
yeah, that's new, but I know that there has been talk that there has been politicized, at least at the college level, certain classes with politicized things, and I just wanted to distance us from that, per se.
We don't need to play into the college social drama. It's mostly invented by a handful of right-wing nut jobs who are upset about feminism. It's not something we need to take seriously.
I mean, I perceive it as part of the academia people in academia do not like what I have to say, thus I shall force them to listen to what I have to say, which is just kind of not what free speech is. So I would go with Malt on saying I don't feel like we should be saying anything about that.
Yeah, if we want to bring up...
like free speech, the more speech the better,
like, if we really want to get in on the campus free speech crusade, the actual silencing happening is big firms donating to research institutions in order to control both the nature of the research and, in a lot of times, the research itself. Like, energy companies will fund research that proves the stuff they want. Agribusiness is huge with this. Like, they will kill studies on anything that makes them look bad. Like, so that's the stuff we should be caring about if we want to get in on the subject, which I think would be a mistake.
So what if I rephrase it to, we seek to end corporate influence on curriculums?
Instead
Perfect.
Instead of saying corporate, I would say any and all outside influence on curriculums. Because what if there's a private billionaire that owns a bunch of hotels from daddy's money that want to influence things?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with a school? I don't understand.
I wouldn't limit it to just corporate. I would say any outside influence. Corporate and other.
And does that make sense to you, Maul? Others?
Sure.
I'm happy with 10.2.
Is the rest of it fine?
Yeah, the rest of it's on point.
Nothing jumped out at me either.
Okay, any others? Okay. So then moving on to 10.3, education as an individual process. Oh, let's figure, thanks.
I think we can simplify institutional education, therefore intends to support individuals in developing their whole personhood. We can kind of just simplify that.
Which sentence specifically?
Sentence number 2, institutional education therefore intends to support individuals in developing their talents, reducing their weaknesses, and discovering new interests and skills. I think that's just kind of stilted. We can say
So what do you want to change it to?
in developing into whole people.
I mean, I like the discovering new interests and skills, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, why don't you make an edit and we can look at it as you make the edit? It's a shared document.
Yeah, I was going to just mention making sure people are prepared to enter the workforce as well, or that they have the basic skills around employment seeking, getting into work once they do graduate. I don't know where that would go in here, but
Well, that was my thought behind that, building skill sets, so that way they're, when they go and they're done their education system, they're essentially guaranteed at least some skill set to be able to apply to the workforce.
I went to a Voc Tech high school, and I don't know, they kind of called it a school to work track back then. So I I think probably because we have more unions, or had more unions back then in the area, there was more of an emphasis on getting people into, because everybody's not going to come out of college or go to college. So oftentimes being able to identify their skills and relate them to a trade and within, their community's workforce is a goal.
I think that would be a good thing to add in this section.
So there's like education just to make yourself a better human being, but there's also the track of education that's supposed to get you, prepare you to support yourself in society. And are we doing that in these schools? Or are we, like there's a lot of things that you don't really learn until you're kind of thrown to the wolves. Should we be better preparing students to, manage their finances, to understand how you do and don't present yourself when you are an adult and have to go out here and find work and support yourself. So those skills aren't necessarily, I don't know, I haven't been in grade school for a while, so I'm not sure if this has changed, but I felt like that was lacking in the K through 12 curriculum when I was going through. So
yeah, I mean, certainly being able to view high school education as not solely that your objective should not solely be to go to college, but to say that we support trade schools, continuing education, and other things to help people develop. But just looking at this second sentence, you see you intends to develop their whole personhood. So if we do, support individuals in developing their talents, discovering new interests and skills in order to develop their whole personhood. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that works.
I like how you use personhood. So, to answer some of your questions, Kendra, I actually add some stuff to the bottom of the document in order to add in some specific classes or specific curriculum that I would like to see added as a whole. Things like managing money effectively, home ed, local laws and their impact on me, just to name a few, or at least a start of some of the educational key points that I think every student who graduates high school really needs to know.
Did the call drop? I'm not really hearing anything.
I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. Yeah, mainly I was getting at that like right now, while a lot of stuff is being automated, people are kind of being prepared for work that isn't going to be there anymore. So
Like
it is
truck
kind of
drivers.
Pardon?
Like truck drivers.
I mean, truck drivers, a lot of food service, a lot of I'm trying to think of. I mean, you know, we see it right now. All these people suddenly realize that obviously my job is not as important as I thought it was. You know, or people can live without, you know, me coming up there every day. I was working in restaurants until I moved back here, and I'm actually glad I quit because I swore off of it and went into more tech services, and it really was the best move I could have made because I can work online and I am getting more, you know, offers for work, remote work and stuff like that. I don't really have a lot of time for it, but something told me, you know, it wasn't going, you know, I mean, it doesn't, most service sector jobs aren't, you know, retirement type jobs, but sometimes you do what you have to do. But it's interesting as we go into the second lockdown to see that, like, wow, these people really are gonna, you know, a lot of people are gonna really not be able to keep their homes and lifestyles if this continues for a full year. They really will go ahead and lose their living situation and homes. And so, you know, knowing that, you know, I don't know, I feel like I saw it coming a few years back, and I'm not making tons of money, but I at least did get myself in a better position to be working while you know, we're remote, because I kind of looked down the road and said, you know, a lot of these jobs, if they can figure out how to automate them, these people aren't going to have jobs.
They're trying.
I think one of the latest solutions I heard, and it just made me cringe on the inside, it's like, oh, we're just going to focus on entrepreneurs. They're always good about making and creating new jobs. We should just dump more money into entrepreneurs. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, you mean entrepreneurs like
Me.
private equity?
Like the guys who are getting hosed by the 1099s. Those guys.
Quibi. We need a Quibi for education.
Boy, that was billions of dollars burned. Should have just gone with torrenting. All right, so what changes have we made to 10.3? Sorry, I had to run off for a
Not
second.
that much. We've been more bouncing around. I did throw some stuff 10.8 and 10.9,
Yeah.
which throws in a couple curricular courses. 10.8 to focus for the funding and how things are to be funded, even though I think we kind of answer that in 10.2 for the structure. And then 10.9, which I threw up there for curriculum to be added, which is teaching people how to manage their money so that they don't just go out and blow their first few million paychecks. Home ed, bringing home ed back, which they don't really teach home ed anymore, and that's kind of much to the detriment of most of society. No one knows how to cook anymore or so. And then local laws, and a big one for me is the local laws, and teaching kids what laws there are without them finding out the hard way after it's already too late.
I mean, police don't have to know what laws they're enforcing, so why should anyone else?
Joe, did you throw rocks through a window as a child?
No, I knew that. I knew I shouldn't do that.
I did, and eggs, and I also just ran around, streaking. Apparently that's legal, setting things on fire. Who knew?
Well,
I was more focusing on some of the finer laws, so what I was thinking that is more of a course for a lot of the random things that, I know New Hampshire is famous for their blue laws, where it's actually illegal not to have a gun to church. So in New Hampshire, there was something, they call them the blue laws. It's just laws they never bothered to scrub off the books. So it is actually legal to go fully armed to church. And it's expected of every able-bodied man to do that. So, see if I can pull it up for you.
I mean, I could definitely imagine that being a law Massachusetts or New Hampshire keeps on the books deliberately.
You say to go armed or unarmed?
To go armed.
Isn't it illegal to go armed pretty much everywhere to church? No, in the country, I would think. I don't know. I'm not shocked by that, I guess.
Yeah, no.
And can't you bring a gun to church most places? Or is that like new?
I'm not sure about Massachusetts.
Massachusetts is a little funny. As far as Massachusetts goes, you have to be licensed and certified by the state to be a carrier. It's not easy to get it by any means.
Yeah, we have the open carry here.
Yeah, up in New Hampshire it's open carry. But in Massachusetts it's not open carry. And actually, really going into gun laws, not to get totally sidetracked, but I 100% agree with the laws in Massachusetts about gun control. You don't want just to have everybody have a gun, but if you're checked out and okay, sure. But at the same time, Massachusetts forces concealment, because if you're legally possessing a gun in Massachusetts, they don't want to be called for you. They only want to be called for people who are committing crimes or doing wrong things with a gun. Which is...
Yeah. Open carry is, I think we can... No, I don't want to get off topic, sorry.
Let's stick to education here. We can talk about gun laws another time. All right, so I was looking at, I think it's the fourth sentence. I've changed it. We reject evaluation of behavior based on criteria of conformity. And then they say, such as school grades for work ethic and social behavior.
Can you just cut the EG part? Like, evaluation of behavior based on criteria of conformity is fine as is.
That's fine with me. And then curricula must be based on well-rounded and verifiable knowledge and must be taught from a neutral standpoint.
100% agree.
Okay. This requires objective presentation, balanced points of view, and a critical assessment of sources.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I'm wondering about balanced point of view in the context of global climate change, but
I would just say this requires objective presentation with a neutral point of view, not balanced. Only because
I think we'd be best just saying this requires objective presentation and a critical assessment of sources. I think that's fine as it is.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I think that's good too.
I mean, the fewer the words, in some ways, the fewer the words, the better. Because
Less
the
is
more
more.
words, the likely people are going to read it.
Less is more.
Yeah, less is more. All right. So, are we good with 10.3?
Yeah.
Others? All right. So, on to 10.4.
I'm confused by the phrase "make use of these institutions at all times." Does this just mean hang out on the playground after hours? Like, is that just what they're saying?
Sorry, getting there.
I think that was alluding to students are allowed, must be able to participate and be able to make these institutions available for use at any time of convenience.
I don't know. I think let's just cut that phrase. Make use of these institutions, when they're using them. Bam.
Do you mean in terms of having access to the space, or do you mean just being able to be representatives of the institution?
No, I think it was access to the space. So, say something bad was happening at home, they would be able to have a safe zone to flee to. I think that was the concept behind that.
All right. Suddenly transforming schools into shelters is a huge logistical nightmare that I think we probably can't endorse in a 3-word phrase. I would probably hold off on that idea.
At the same, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I would like to see schools being used for more community activities, but that doesn't necessarily have to be in the educational section. Like, I think there needs to be, and maybe this is, I mean, I know, like, Somerville, you can rent space for different activities, but in other words, schools should be more than just, okay, they're there from before school and then after school and then we're done. It's like they could be, you know, facilities for the wider neighborhood, but
You
maybe
know, I think
somewhere else.
I think I respectfully disagree with that one point, Jamie. I think the point that I'm disagreeing with is it should be in the education for that. Anything to do with educational facilities should be in the educational code that we're looking to set forth. So I would definitely put community use as another separate point. And these facilities, when not being used for school purposes, could be used in a wider facility point. You know, make that like a new point, like instead of the funding part, 10.8 could be community use.
So that the schools could be additional community spaces for community organizing in groups, which you know a lot of schools do anyway.
Yeah, I understand. A lot of schools, I mean, and then when we're voting, we use the schools for the exact same thing. So it's not a huge jump for such a thing.
I used to teach children's theater at Dexter Mill Creek school system, which is next to Ann Arbor. And in the summertime, the school was empty, so they pretty much let she was a school teacher at the school though, but she ran a private business and used the school and it was pretty much like a daycare for 2-week sessions. But you know, children in the community were able to use the parents were still able to bring their children to school from the 8 till 3, and so a win-win situation. I've seen, and then concerts and little stuff like that they have sometimes, and as well as some of these political organizing meetings they used to do here in our city. So we don't have a high school anymore. I think they're going to build a new one eventually.
I'm just putting in another sentence or two. You can look at it and see.
For people
so-
of all ages, so adult learning and community-based learning.
Right. I mean, it's just, yeah. There's so many other activities that would be good if they were available. I don't know, additions, improvements to that. Is there anything else in the rest of 10.4?
A comment by Max is not every parent and kid wants just job skills from school. My strongest argument for school choice is that many parents and students want access to a broader and classical education, not just to be cogs in the machine.
Amen, brother.
George Carlin was 100% right about education. Oh, George Carlin was the man, too.
So, looking through 10.5, I like how it is already. Free childcare, big fan of that. Early childhood education, big fan of that. It seems pretty well written as is.
I mean, I had no objection to it.
Nor I. That one's solid.
Is there anything else in 10.4? Or can we move on to 10.5?
Nope. 10-4 looks good to me as well.
Roger that. Sorry.
Yes, sir, sir, yes.
All right, so 10.5. Anything? I know Joe Mall, you said you were good with it.
Yeah, 10.5 I'm good with. 10.6 is a mess.
Yeah. It's really kind of long. It needs to be broken up into 2 paragraphs at least.
So, can I boil it just down to media skills? Something like in a heavily digital environment, it becomes critical to be able to differentiate verifiable factual information with, misleading propaganda. Full stop.
Well, why don't you just start typing that between 10.6 media skills and the paragraph, and we can start, start looking at that.
You would have to put it in parentheses, bro.
So I have that section in my word processor, and it says a lot of stuff I think is important that shouldn't be left out. Like especially stuff like tasks that were formerly performed by journalists, professional journalists, must now be performed by individual readers. In addition, our natural sense for heuristics, a tendency to trust certain types. So some of those are general principles, but I think that the current events statements are just as important. Like the changes in culture are important to list, not to leave any of those out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here. It's just really wordy and
Over the last years, the amount of freely available information has become so great that no individual could reasonably process it all.
well, yeah. I mean,
That's pretty important to Pirate Party's kind of mission.
Well, big part is that last sentence right there, where we must educate people and develop their ability to filter menial influences, including music and olfactory stimuli.
Olfactory stimuli?
That's what it has there.
I mean, are we talking about like branded colognes? Anyway, so since
sorry, I'm not meaning to be. This was translated from another language, so it's entirely possible.
Okay.
Issues. But.
So, given that this is specifically talking about education, as far as policy goes, what I've got is, in a heavily digital landscape, it's easy for lies to propagate unchallenged. It is critical that students are taught how to differentiate verifiable information from inflammatory propaganda. I mean, I think that kind of touches on the key parts.
But if it's non-inflammatory propaganda, is it okay?
I would just
Yeah,
inflammatory.
I don't want to use the term fake news.
No, I agree.
No,
But I'm
pro-
just like, should we just say propaganda as opposed to inflammatory propaganda?
I would just stick with propaganda, and not bother with the inflammatory. Just we want to eliminate all propaganda.
Well,
We don't want to eliminate propaganda, we want to counter it with something.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to eliminate propaganda. Chop it up with an axe.
That kind of gets into information seeking behavior and how people, verify their sources and how they've been taught to verify what is fed to them through the media. So, yeah, there's a lot of that in library science. How do people look up fact versus fiction and understand which sources are pointing them in the best direction? And it's, when there's a lot of misinformation out there, it boils down to how are people being taught to search for information to suit the needs of whatever research they're interested in or whatever truths they're trying to get to the bottom of. So we want to help people learn to have good habits around information seeking behaviors and finding information in the best possible way to, support whatever goals they set out to accomplish here, whether it is educational or just, was that story I just heard on the news the truth, and how would I figure it out on my own?
I've learned more from not just arguing with people on social media, but when you have to actually go search for sources, and then you have to go verify that their sources are legit, and it's not just something that's just totally made up or taken out of proportion. If you have to, like, I go to California laws all the time because somebody says that California legislature just passed this, that, or the other thing. I have to go back and I'll read those ABs because they're kind of written in the same or similar language as New Hampshire's RSAs. Pirate Party believes that everyone can.
So you want to teach people to look at many different sources and to think critically about what they're looking at, and like you said, keep going down the rabbit hole until they're satisfied.
Yeah, and I would much rather people learn that on their own than just be given the answers and said, "Hey, this news website," let them find out on their own that Babylon Bee is a parody website. I actually shared a story from The Onion and didn't even look at the story one time, and somebody said, "Max, that's The Onion." And I said, "What?" And I clicked on it and clicked through, and it was all sarcasm, start to finish.
I think that's, like, to a large extent, that is the system we've got. We leave people to figure it out on their own, and the problem is they don't. Like,
but I get to click on other people's news stories now, and I'll go through and I can find the original source, state's website, whatever, CDC or Department of Labor statistics or something, and I can say, "Oh, what the heck is this?" Weird pop-up that keeps popping up on my screen.
So that's encouraging people to be active learners.
Well, you get to kind of call them on account if they say something that's really far out. It's one thing to say, "Well, I saw this," and it's another thing to say, somebody else claims this. Well, what does the original quote say? What did that person say? And now that we have YouTube and everything, we can kind of go pull up the original videos. You know what I mean? It's have
true.
people go through their own research.
I'm glad you do that research. A huge number of people don't. Like the share. Like, if you look at the reach that specifically, like, inflammatory right-wing propaganda, like Ben Shapiro has on Facebook, it outpaces actual reliable news sources like the BBC by an order of magnitude. Like, it is getting 10, even 100 times the traffic, where he's able to just make up an inflammatory narrative off the top of his head with zero zero factor research behind it, and then it takes more time for the truth to emerge. So,
Right. I mean, even the BBC has kind of an establishment bias that when I've watched their shows, it seems to really lean heavily towards the financial industry. And in British politics, the British Pirate Party was very critical of some of the stuff that the BBC was doing because it was just like brazen. I mean, almost every news site, it was once like accepted that every news outlet is going to have some kind of bias.
right, but like, I'm
Whether it's CNN or Fox News.
as an example of sites that do actual journalism rather than sites that just provide like headline troll bait. Like, again, the majority of links that get shared on social media are not getting clicked. Like, people sharing articles on Facebook, people sharing articles on Twitter, don't share, like, click the links first. It's entirely in the headline. And like, as someone who has worked in the online media environment for like a decade now, yeah, you're going to get 90% of your eyes on your headline only, and the 10% of people that do click through probably aren't going to read past the first few paragraphs.
Well, people are kind of conditioned to try to uphold the beliefs they already have, though. So, I mean, that's going to drive the headlines, and people are going to look at what they want to see, which, keeps the power structure in place. So it's going to be, you're not going to get the BBC telling a lot of the truth, because why would they do that if it means that the power structure is eroded in the process. There's no I don't have that expectation. When I hear the BBC, I take it with a grain of salt, because I know it's going to be a lot of BS right there,
So
which is intended to keep the power structure in place.
Sorry to interrupt. On 10.6 media skills, so we've got the sentences that Malt put in about, being critical and to differentiate verifiable information from propaganda. And then I put in the Pirate Party believes that everyone can create media, and schools must teach students how to create in whatever forms we use now or in the future. Is that good? Would you want to change that?
I don't want to necessarily, I kind of agree with Max that I don't want to necessarily just scrub all that was written before. I just want to reword it in a way that's a little bit more smoother.
That's fine. But still, the bit that I'm adding isn't in that, I think.
No, and
If we're doing media skills, it's not simply consuming media, but it's also creating media and encouraging schools to,
Think critically. Think critically about the media you're consuming, and the motives behind, the why are they giving you this story, and what is the goal. Unfortunately, our media is conglomerated, and so people do have an agenda when they put a story out, and you should be aware of that.
People tell you things for their own interest, not yours.
So, Max, you'd like to take some of this large paragraph here. Is there any line?
What is this doing? Oh, don't know why that happened. Okay, I've got it in a word process. I would keep all the current event stuff. If I were just going to have a principle, I would say error of opinion is acceptable when reason is left free to challenge it.
Okay, but like the actual problem that is the digital media is facing is that there is a pretty sizable portion that has an incredible reach, and they are interested in disseminating particularly like racist pro-capitalist propaganda.
Yeah, there's certainly, I mean, yeah, one establishment or another. But I guess I feel like is that, in other words, we have the two sentences that talk about teaching, being critical, and using verifiable, and differentiating verifiable information from propaganda. That's something a school can do. But the whole media landscape, that's a different section of the platform. And I'm not sure that should be in here. But I'm just like, if you had to go through this set of, this set of stuff that is crossed out, what would you uncross out? Like, what can be reclaimed, edited?
This does look really translated.
Sorry, Max?
This does look really translated. Some of it looks like they're using expressions from like mainland European languages. Looks kind of German or Dutch, maybe.
You wouldn't necessarily be wrong.
So most of this is current events, and I wouldn't delete any current events info. Okay.
Yeah, but what do you want to retain? That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Retain.
What if like this is a really large paragraph.
It's media literacy.
I cut it down to just 2 sentences, and is there anything we want to add back in?
Over the last years, the amount of freely available information has become so great that no individual could reasonably process it all. That's actually probably the most important. Cultural.
So we want to encourage students to think critically about their media consumption.
Yeah.
How do I know this is the truth? How do you know it's the truth?
Well,
Think about it.
I think Malt answered that one in that very first line. I have a digital landscape it's easy for lies to propagate unchallenged. It is critical that students are taught how to differentiate verifiable information from propaganda. I think that says it right there.
I mean, the addition that I would do is not just to differentiate verifiable information from propaganda, but also be able to find verifiable information. So it's to be able to seek out verifiable information, not just, I see this bit of this video that came out, it's like, oh, I have the skills to say that was doctored, or to go and look for the original source, or, not
information seeking behavior. How do you find the truth? Where do you look? What sources are reliable? Who has an agenda when they put this on the internet? What was it? Why did they do it? What has their track record been? Who put the website up?
Right.
Have you gone and looked up who put the website up, and who is this person? Do they just happen to have internet access, or are they, respected in their field? And you want there's a reliability of information is kind of what we're getting at here. Is it reliable? Can it be tested, really? So I'm taking a research class right now, so I'm being asked these questions every day. How do you know that this is a reliable source of information, and how would you test that? Is there a way to verify it on a quantitative or qualitative scale that it's the truth? And that's getting a little deep into it, but I mean, at least think about, how do I know that this is the truth? So, students should be willing to question authority, really, is what we're suggesting here. What makes you the authority?
That's a good point. I'm not sure that's in here anywhere.
Yeah. You want people to question the sources of the news and the information they're receiving, because, what our education system is based on creating workers who are obedient and don't question, their masters, really the Prussian education system. So if you have people who are unquestioning, you can feed them any load of crap and they'll go with it, which is what we've been having. But when people start to say, well, wait a minute, A and B are not adding up and have never added up, so let me go back and see what's going on for real. Really gets down to the reliability of sources and vetting the authorities of the information. Who is, and if every single time it's a certain segment of society that wants to maintain power, telling you that thus and such is the truth, when it isn't really playing out as the truth, then yeah, you should question it.
Can we not indent these right now? Sorry, it's just
It would be good to bust these up into paragraphs or bullet points so they're easier to look at.
Yeah.
Long-winded paragraphs are kind of hard on the eyes. I was going to do it. I didn't know if you wanted to. Even just putting a space between each paragraph.
Yeah, it's what I
or idea.
Yeah, definitely having lines between paragraphs. I'm not ancient Greek.
It's turning into a wall.
You know?
I'll be right back.
Sure.
Yeah, that was me doing the indents, and that's just
Yeah, no worries.
that's just how I like to write.
I mean, so we are specifically talking about digital media in education.
Right.
I think advertising psychologist, that's bad, but it's not relevant to education.
Making sure
To
we
what
teach.
level it is. It's covered in the initial paragraph about differentiating information from propaganda.
I don't know. That's the fact that you have professionals who study sociology and psychology and understand how the brain works and how people interact in groups. That they're focusing on using techniques that the average person doesn't understand in order to influence public behavior. They're kind of getting you to do things not through force or fraud, but by
we're talking about
how the information
education. Like, this is specifically policy on education, and so it should be relative to how students engage with media.
Well,
If we want to talk about the evils of the advertising industry, I'm for that, and we should include that in our relative media policy, not as a subcategory of education.
Why shouldn't the schools teach kids to question things?
We are.
Saying
We
that.
literally are. That's the point of the first paragraph. Taught how to differentiate verifiable information from propaganda.
so where I see this as important in the education part is in teaching the kids about advertising psychologists and how they work. So I would see it as both.
Right. And
a
that's why we have the line, taught to differentiate verifiable information from propaganda. The fact that it's taught by advertising psychologists isn't relevant to education.
Okay, but still keeping this as part of our media plank.
But this isn't our media plank. This is our media in education plank.
Yeah, no, I'm making the concession that okay, great, we'll scrub this from the education thing, so long as this still is part of the wording of someplace else where we're like, that is bad. That's all I'm saying.
But I made a change, maybe this helps. In the second sentence, I put, it is critical that students are taught how to differentiate verifiable information from propaganda, whether from governments, corporations, or individuals.
Perfect.
Is that good?
That makes me happy.
Are you okay with that, Mo?
Yep, I'm okay.
Okay. So, is there anything else we need to integrate in here? I'm not sure we need this since costs are negligible nowadays. This has become much easier than in the past. I mean, I think we all just live that. I don't know, they're not telling anyone something new. And I'm not,
Yeah, I just got rid of it.
that second sentence, I'm like, how does it add to that we want them to teach students how to create media? Like, each capable interest group is interested in disseminating its own view of the world through as many information channels as possible. I mean, we could say students should be able to disseminate their own view of the world through as many information channels as possible. Or people should, but I don't know about the interest groups. Do you see what I was trying to say? Like, each capable, I don't know what capable is, and it's like, why do we care about interest groups? It's like individuals should be able to share, disseminating their own view of the world.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think it's relevant to education.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're even right in that, Mel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just about specifically what, I mean, except in as much as, you know, the rationale for why we should teach students is so they can share their viewpoint. But I don't know, in the age of TikTok, it's easy enough to make a video, I suppose, so. Okay, so cultural differences make it difficult for users to understand information by some authors. On the other hand, comprehensive online references allow people to look up unfamiliar items within seconds. How does, yeah, I mean, what does that, I'm not sure what that adds to this section.
Yeah, honestly, it sounds kind of racist.
How is that racist?
Cultural differences make it difficult for users to understand information by some authors. Like, well, specifically what differences, what information, which authors?
I just don't feel it's relevant. I mean, if
Yeah.
we're talking about media and media skills and education, I'm like, I mean, it's like there's no action item here. I guess part of it is like, this is what we want to have happen, and we're just talking about, on one hand it's this, and on the other hand it's like, well, what do we want to have done? Like, what do we want?
Some groups do use, you know, say social media has been used to organize a lot of the protests we have, and it has been used specifically by some groups more successfully than others who may not have, sorry about this background here, who may not have had the same perhaps educational background, but there's an online culture around mobilizing, and there is an ethnography there. There definitely is. There's a better way to word it, but basically, you know, some people use the internet for fun and some use it to organize and to agitate, and some are doing it successfully and some less so. So you want to look at the successes and use, oh my God, my dogs are about to start into this. I'm gonna have to, but yeah, so you know, depending on who's using the internet, some use it more for entertainment, some use it more to push society forward, which is what we could argue we're doing right now. And in this case, perhaps, you know, some would say it was one ethnic group's more involved than the other. I think every ethnic group in some way is using the internet to advance whatever causes they want to advance. So, but there are groups that are particularly good at mobilizing and have come up with certain tactics and strategies that are working. So that's kind of, so in that aspect, I think it works, but it was, you know, again, I'm in this research class, so that's kind of how we just did I just had to write a fake news paper for this research class, and it was based on, you know, college students, but it was largely a white male sample. So depending, and they're less, you know, they mobilize online, but in a different way. Women use the internet differently than men, for example. Young people use it differently than older people. So that's kind of the demographic. So you say depending, I'd say maybe depending on different demographic, the media and internet is being used differently kind of point, rather than just saying cultural, because that does kind of point more toward tribe or ethnic group when it really gets into, age, access to internet, all of that, educational levels.
Olivia says, sorry, let's see here. My mother believes whatever shows up on her phone. She hasn't stopped crying that Trump lost. She asked me this. She asked me if this or that story is true.
Tell him she won. Send her a text that says she won if it's that easy to influence her. Guess
Right.
what? He won after all.
I mean, he said he won. Just play the video of him winning.
Why cry? I don't get it.
Okay, so are we satisfied with these two paragraphs and can get rid of the crossed out section? I'm not saying we couldn't use that. That text isn't going to go away. It's still, checked into a Git repo, so a GitHub repo, so we can pull that out and move it elsewhere. It's not disappearing, but in this section, can we remove this crossed out?
Yeah, no, I basically pulled out all the relevance we can, and we reworded it into those few sentences. So let's go ahead and drop that. We are...
Instead of curricula. Sorry, you were saying...
We have gone in... It's almost 4 now. It's 5 minutes of 4 now. So we've eaten up almost all of our other planking time.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
In this. I would like to motion for a 5-minute break, and then we can come back, maybe knock this out, and or move into the other plank.
Anyone else want to... Let's just do a 5-minute break. That sounds good.
Yeah, 5-minute break.
All right.
Fucking Rhode Island. No. Dude.
A necktie synthesizer on Amazon. Wait, what?
A necktie synthesizer?
Yay,
Yeah, it's,
capitalism.
one's a kid's toy, and there's another one online that's like for adults, and it's like if you want to write music or something like that, you lose. You know, it's not like you remember to bring your app on your. I don't know. Can't really play it on your phone. But if you got a necktie, you just play your necktie. Turn it on. You know.
How do you get it dry cleaned?
But it's made of plastic.
Seems like a novelty concept, but okay.
This guy wants $28 for it. He's in Mass. Amazon wants like $15 for the same thing. One octave. I spoke too soon. You go to like Amazon and you type in electronic necktie.
But is it available not in Amazon?
What's that?
I said, but is it available not in Amazon?
You can get it for a tenth of the price on AliExpress, and it'll arrive in 3 months.
You said delivered in 3 months?
Mm-hmm. I have actually already done all of my Christmas shopping, and if I'm lucky, it will arrive on December 14th. So I have zero margin for error on this crap. Anyway, so 10.7 is crap.
Yeah, that was my reaction.
So if we want to like, I think it's trying to say that students should have some freedom of choice in what they're taught. I think we can get that in probably 1 to 2 sentences, if that's what we want this to say.
Yeah, no, that sounds good to me. I mean, I think your conclusion is correct. You want to take a stab at it?
Oh, I'm stabbing, baby.
Yeah, okay. So how about this? Why don't we put this as 10.0 and call it putting students first? Do you think that makes sense?
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that.
We had that, so we should probably integrate that.
Bam. 2 sentences of concise perfection.
All right, I'm going to move it to the top then. I mean, are others okay? We'll just get rid of this next paragraph here. Hearing any objections to that?
I'm almost done reading it. One moment.
Yeah, no worries.
I would just throw in at the end of what Malt wrote, as this will be done in ways with adaptive learning and etc. Just to how I'd entertain it is by using the current systems that are already in, some of the systems are already in place with adaptive learning and things like that, a lot of the technology base that they're implementing right now.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that. I'm not even sure what I mean, I understand the word adaptive, but I'm not sure the word the phrase adaptive learning. I mean,
Let me see if I can pull it up for you.
I would assume it's like adapting to the needs of the child. In which case, I feel like if that's the case, we should probably state it that way, just less buzzwordy. Like curricula should adapt to the needs of the students, not the students adapt to the needs of the curriculum.
I like that. We can use that.
Yeah. Adaptive learning is the technology-based or online educational system that analyzes students' performance in real time and modifies teaching methods based on that data. It's essentially using AI in order to learn about the students so that they can tailor a curriculum based on teaching subject matter. So,
Yeah, you don't need AI for that. Like, self-directed students know what they like and they know how they learn best. And if we give them the agency and the freedom to do so, they will.
There, I added it. How does that?
looks good.
A+ work.
I feel there's a bit of grade inflation there, but that's okay. Can I drop this last paragraph then?
Chop it, senior.
Already on it. Done.
Thank you. Oops. All right. So these final three items.
Curriculum, this is specifically something I threw in there as we were going through the other ones, and this really came down to what some of the people were talking about. Like, kids aren't taught about managing money anymore. Homemade has been dropped, so no kids aren't being taught how to cook and how to take care of some basic needs of taking care of themselves. And then one that's a particular expanding curriculum. I like that. Just expanding curriculum. Cool. And some basic things of like, they have the right to remain silent. And teaching kids not to answer questions to strangers, even if those strangers are police officers. Like, essential. And this part is literally just honestly kind of like a restating of everything that we were talking about before. Kind of like a summary.
Mm-hmm. Not like this keyboard.
That might just be constitutional rights, which would be under social science or civics. And then you might want to say financial literacy rather than managing money. That would encompass like building credit and you know, avoiding debt, everything, preparing for retirement, things like that.
Do we need the fundamentals if I begin with the 3 R's are not sufficient for the world we live in?
I rewrote civil rights and duties as the 3 R's. And I would definitely keep fundamentals because I'm not looking to, again, I just want to make sure that we're putting in, I suppose expanding curriculum would essentially mean that, look, we're looking to just add on to it, so.
Right, but I mean, I begin the paragraph with the 3 R's are not sufficient for the world we live in. So that's not replacing them, that's merely saying they're not all that there is. We need to add more.
Yeah, okay, so that makes the fundamentals redundant. You're right.
You know, and then I have students must be taught not only their responsibilities as citizens.
Wouldn't that fall under civil rights and duties?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to make it poetic here, you know, not just a bullet point. Yeah, their responsibilities, but also their constitutional rights. Why is this?
That keyboard really doesn't agree with you, does it?
No, it doesn't. This space bar doesn't. Yeah, literally. Like, I don't understand why. That's okay. There's cut and paste, right?
Cut and paste of space.
Yeah, I know. We do what we can do. Actually, let me go. If I go to public chat. And then go back to shared notes. Does it work?
Yeah, I'll get your space for you. There you go, bro.
No.
What do you guys think about, and I think it's kind of touched under home education, which, you know, gets into just how to fix something. You know, if your door falls out off the hinges, do you know how to put it up? You know, if you have to change a flat tire, can you do it? A lot of people don't know how to do that. But we did used to have even, I mean, here around here, of course, we had auto mechanics in school as an elective in high school for most people.
So I feel like we're focusing very much, like we do lip service to the concept of educating everyone, or I should say, educating throughout life, and then we focus on K through 12. So I feel like, you know, we can't necessarily, there's only so many hours in a day, and so I'm not saying we shouldn't do things like that, but I think we also have to think of, like, how do we do more adult.
I absolutely disagree with you, sir, that this is limited to K through 12. All these classes should be free classes to the general public of all ages.
Wait, say that again?
So all the expanded curriculum that we're proposing
Okay.
should be available to everyone who wants to sign up and learn it.
So in a lot of school districts, they are like, I know in Vermont, my school district offered wood and metal shop and fabrication classes to the community.
Yeah, it's usually adult education or continuing education tracks. And I mean, when I was in Massachusetts, it seemed like most of the cities there had some kind of continuing education coursework that you could, sometimes free, sometimes, you know, small fee. You could learn whatever pottery or how to put a, you know, starter on your car if you want to have basic auto repair or something like that. So it is out there in a sense, but it's not always free.
Yeah, it also tends to be privatized. Like, I mean, I know there's like the Center for Adult Education in Cambridge and Brookline and, you know, different places. And it's all very privatized, rather than kind of viewing it as something that the school system can do, which of course then requires funding, but
Community colleges also offer similar services.
right. Yeah, we really don't talk as much about post secondary education and the need for community college. Maybe we should have a 10.9 that's centered on, you know, adult education and community colleges and stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and generally when you're talking about like adult education, at least on the heavy school side, we're talking about like getting your GED, getting your high school diploma, getting your like basic. Whereas what I'm talking about is classes that are important for civil, social, and fundamental social changes. You know, civil rights and duties is something that every kid and every person should know automatically. And introducing it to kids young, important, but at the same time being it available for even adults. You know.
Is that part of social studies and civics?
Generally, it's touched upon in social studies. However, it's not necessarily, the social rights and duties aren't necessarily pushed out there. I mean, how many kids coming out of high school at 18 are like, okay, I'm going right to vote? No, generally it's like pulling teeth to have everyone take part in their civil duty. Whereas, and that is a fault of the school system not really teaching kids what their civil duties and rights are.
So we also don't let them participate until they're 18, right? Like if we this isn't necessarily an education thing, but if there was more of an ability for 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds to participate in decision making, then they'd be more likely to want to participate. Of course, the same goes for adults too.
You know, when I was in high school, someone came to my class and registered everybody. You know, it was like 1988, and I was 17. They registered me to vote because I would have been 18 by the time of that election year. So, I mean, there is an element of that in some school districts.
Certainly something that we could do is when the high school's back in, set up a table and be like, register to vote. You know?
Yeah.
All right.
So we have 5 minutes left to the conference. Did we even want to start getting into anything else?
I think this is it, but I think the next one, we should schedule another one and go over environment or put it up somewhere and have people comment and stuff like that.
I like that.
All right. So do we want to say, all right, so we can put this up. Obviously, it's not fully fleshed out yet. I'm happy to go take it and check it in.
Here's a crazy idea.
Yeah.
So you know how we were doing a regional meeting once a month? This seemed to work out really, really good. And it looked like it took about 2 hours to really flesh out most of this, right? Plus or minus?
Yeah.
About 2 hours. So why don't we plan on once a month, instead of doing the regional meetings, we just do this, and we keep on working on our plans.
I mean, I think those things are fine. The problem is that would mean that we would be done sometime in 2022. Okay, so I don't think that gets us there fast enough. But I mean, if we were to do it like on a regular basis of be like, okay, we're going to meet for like an hour, here's the topic, and be like, all right, let's, read the stuff beforehand, come up with your changes, and then we hash it out over an hour, and then we're okay, that's done. I'm not even sure that gets us fast enough, but at least it gets us faster than once a month.
I think if we just, I'm not trying to get everything solved by tomorrow or by any specific time. If we hash out the big planks and then always have an avenue to continue hashing out the smaller planks as time goes on, I'm always going to treat this as a living document. This is always going to be something in the flux and needing to be changed as needed. Everything we did today, we could have it completely changed down the line in 4 years when we hit that point where, hey, we implemented all this, great, now what do we do next? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think if we want to read through the planks and then highlight the things we want to fix, I think that will give us a shorter list of things to go through than the idea of just going through and reviewing all of them.
Yeah, and if we do this once a month and we focus on the next meeting, we figure out which plank we're going to do, and that way we have our weekly meetings to figure out what plank we're going to work on next. I think that would help a lot. Hey, baby pirate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine to prioritize. I just feel like once a month doesn't get us there fast enough. We have local elections coming up, and, we sort of need, at least on the things that are relevant to local elections, to have something for candidates to be like, yeah, okay, I don't know enough about it, but here is the thing we have come up with. And maybe that just focuses on like education and tax policy and whatever, but we should have a bunch of things done by the end of December. Or at least the end of January. So I just don't think once a month is enough. But, you know, I'm willing to say, you know, I think if we like tried for once a week and it's like, no, that's too much, we, you know, ratchet it back or something.
I mean, like we could each have us assigned a random number of planks, go through them, and then bring stuff up we want to change at the weekly meetings.
Right.
Sorry, guys. 1 moment.
No worries. All right. So how about this one? How about we over like one of our things for the meeting coming up on Wednesday is to go through the planks and be like, what's the priority list order?
Mm.
And then at least it's kind of like, now we've got an order of what do we think we need to tackle first. And then we can kind of figure out how we tackle it. Does that work?
I definitely want to have the next major plank we're working on our tax policy. Because I am very keen on hearing what everyone's idea is on that one. And I was hoping we would get to that one today, but obviously education to me is the most important, so I'm glad we took the time to do this one.
Sure. And I've cut and pasted what we have here, and I'll mail it to the email list.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Shall we adjourn then?
Aye.
I second that motion.
All right then.
Okay.
Thank you all for participating in this.
All right. Thanks, you guys. Have a great weekend.
You too.
You too.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. All right.
All
I'm
right.
going to stop recording now.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Now that we've stopped recording, we can say that it's official pirate policy that Elon Musk huffs farts.
I don't know if we stopped the stream.